Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Bella. The world shrinks to the scratch of my quill against parchment. Ink, wax, and the dry, dusty scent of aging paper. This is my sanctuary, my prison. In the house of my master, Chiron, a Zotkak merchant of considerable ambition, I am a tool. A valuable one, yes. My literacy, my meticulous nature, my ability to make numbers sing a song of profit. These things make me indispensable. They also make me invisible. And in Milthar, for a human, invisibility is survival. My finger, permanently stained a dark umber from years of gripping a quill, traces a column of figures in the main ledger. The numbers are clean, balanced. Chiron's shipping business is thriving. Everything is as it should be, until it isn't. My gaze snags on a single entry at the bottom of the page. A payment, a massive one, enough to purchase a small fleet of ships, coded as port maintenance and supply. It's a hemorrhage of coin disguised as a pinprick. A cold knot tightens in my stomach. Chiron is shrewd, not careless. The heavy oak door to the study creaks open, and I flinch, instinctively sliding a blank sheet of parchment over the suspicious entry. Chiron enters, his broad, horned silhouette filling the doorway. He is flanked by two of his personal guards, hulking Phipakak minotaurs, whose presence turns the cosy study into a cage. Their armour creaks with every shift of their immense weight. "Still at it, girl?" Chiron's voice is a deep rumble, but there's a wire-taut tension in it I've never heard before. He doesn't wait for an answer, instead pacing to the window that overlooks the harbour. "Are the accounts for the week balanced?" "Nearly, Master Chiron." I keep my voice even, my eyes downcast. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. I am just reconciling the final disbursements. One of the guards snorts, a sound like gravel churning. Reconciling. She makes it sound so important. "It is important, Grok." Chiron snaps, his shoulders tight. "Everything must be perfect. No discrepancies. Is that understood?" He isn't looking at the guard. He's looking at me, his dark eyes intense in the flickering candlelight. A test. He's testing me. "Of course, Master," I murmur. The other guard, a brute with a chipped horn, shifts his weight. A lot of trouble for one shipment. Lord Malak is not a patient man. The name hangs in the air, heavy and venomous. Lord Malak, a Vakak of the High Senate. My blood runs cold. It's not the first time I've heard whispers attached to that name. A year ago, Chiron bought a kitchen slave named Anya from one of Malak's minor estates. Anya was terrified of everything, but in the dead of night, she would talk. She'd spoken of the Lord's dangerous ambition, of hushed conversations she'd overheard about the Zuzvak's failing health and the need for a stronger hand to guide Milthar. I had dismissed it as the bitter, fearful gossip of a mistreated slave. Treason among the honour-bound minotaurs. It was unthinkable. A fairy tale to frighten children. But hearing his name now, in this study, tied to a secret shipment, and my master's sudden anxiety. Anya's terrified whispers don't sound like fairy tales anymore. They sound like prophecy. Chiron shoots the guard a look that could curdle milk. Your job is to guard the docks, Torg, not to speak the names of your betters. Go. Make sure the men are ready. I want that cargo unloaded the moment the ship makes anchor. The guards grunt their assent and lumber out, their footsteps heavy on the stone floor. Chiron remains at the window, his back to me. The silence stretches, thick with unspoken threats. He knows I heard the name. He knows I'm smart enough to connect the dots. Forget what you just heard, Bella, he says, his voice dangerously soft. Your world is this room, these books, nothing more. Do you understand? Yes, Master Chiron. The lie tastes like ashes in my mouth. When he finally leaves, the click of the closing door sounds like a death knell. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely hold the quill. The payment, the secret shipment, and the old, half-forgotten rumour of a lord's treasonous ambition. My hands move with a will of their own, my training taking over where my courage fails. I pull the disbursement ledger. The recipient, Iron Horn Imports, a ghost company. The final piece is the shipping manifests. My fingers tremble as I untie the ribbon on this week's bundle, and then I find it. A special cargo dispensation for festival supplies, bypassing the usual customs inspection. The authorization is signed by a single name, Lord Malak. The pieces click into place with the horrifying finality of a cell door slamming shut. This isn't about profit. A Vakak lord doesn't risk his name for coin. He risks it for power, and the ultimate power in Milthar sits on the throne. This is a conspiracy aimed squarely at the Zusvak himself. And Chiron, my master, has just shown me my role in it. The loose end. The one who knows too much. My life is now measured in hours, maybe minutes. They might be already planning my death. I silently open the door of the chambers to follow the voices. Get rid of the human. We can't allow loose ends. I hear them as they move away. I'm right. I need to go. Do it after you take care of the cargo, got it? I don't hear the rest, and I hurriedly slip back inside. To stay is to be handed over to Malak's butchers. To flee is to be hunted as a runaway slave. Both paths lead to a shallow, unmarked grave. Unless an idea, insane and desperate, sparks in the terrified darkness of my mind. A third path, a path paved with stolen coin and forged in the blood and sand of the arena. They see me as a tool, a quiet, obedient little thing of ink and parchment. They would never expect me to fight back. They would never expect me to purchase a weapon of my own. A weapon more terrifying than any assassin Malak could hire. A monster forged from lost honour and pure, unadulterated rage. The decision solidifies, hardening my fear into a sliver of cold, sharp steel. My movements become fluid, precise. I'm no longer a scribe balancing books. I am a strategist, planning the first move in a war I cannot afford to lose. I carefully slice the ledger page containing the payment to Iron Horn Imports from its binding. The parchment feels heavy in my hand, a flimsy shield against a world of monsters. Next, the coin. Chiron keeps a strongbox hidden beneath a loose floorboard, full of untracked gold. My fingers find the seam in the wood. The board groans in protest as I lift it. Inside, stacks of gold gleam. I scoop handfuls of the heavy coins into a leather satchel, the clinking sound unnaturally loud. It feels like a fortune. I pray to a goddess I don't believe in that it will be enough. With the satchel slung over my shoulder and the ledger page tucked securely in my bodice, I slip out of the study. The house is quiet, but now the silence feels predatory. I am a spectre in my own home, a shadow moving through other shadows. The cool night air hits my face as I step out of a side entrance. I think of Malak's cold ambition and Chiron's calculated betrayal. I think of my life, a fragile flame I refuse to let be snuffed out. My feet find their purpose. I pull my simple cloak tighter, melting into the labyrinthine alleys. I have only one destination. a place of filth and despair where the honour of the Minotaur race is sold for sport. I am going to the gladiator market.
Chapter 2. Votoi. The damp stone of the cell leaches the warmth from my bones, leaving a permanent chill that has absolutely nothing to do with the temperature. It is the cold of shame, a frost that has settled deep in my soul on the day they shattered my horn and my name in the same brutal stroke. I am Votoi Saru of the Vakak, heir to a legacy forged in honor and victory. I was. Now, I am a beast in a cage, the reek of unwashed bodies and spilled blood my constant companion. Sounds from the market above filter down through the iron grate, the clamor of merchants, the bellow of a Tara being led to slaughter, the distant, hollow roar of the arena crowd. That sound, once a symphony that sang of my glory, is now a funeral dirge for the warrior I used to be. My hand, calloused and scarred, drifts up to the jagged tip of my left horn. The splintered edge is a map of my downfall, a constant physical reminder of the lies that condemned me. Treason. A forged trade deal with dark elves. The ultimate blasphemy. The evidence was irrefutable, the judgment swift. They offered me the mercy of the executioner's axe. I chose this living death instead, a fool's hope that my family would be spared the deeper shame of my execution. The heavy bar on my cell door scrapes against stone, a sound that vibrates through my teeth. 2 guards, Fipakak thugs grown fat on their Zotkak master's coin, stand in the opening. "On your feet, beast!" one of them grunts, rattling a set of heavy iron chains. "The auctioneer wants you in the pit." Time to show the buyers what their coin is for. I rise slowly, deliberately, unfolding my full height until my horns nearly scrape the low ceiling. I let them see the contempt in my eyes, the unbroken pride that is the only thing they haven't been able to strip from me. I offer them no resistance as they shackle my wrists, the cold iron a familiar weight. Resistance is a privilege of the free. My defiance must be colder, quieter. They lead me through a winding passage, the torchlight flickering across walls slick with grime. We emerge not into the sun-drenched expanse of the main arena, but into a smaller, covered pit, reeking of fear and cheap ale. A wooden platform stands in the center, stained dark with things I do not care to name. The crowd is a motley collection of merchants looking for guards, Zotkak nobles seeking a new gladiator for their private games, and the dregs of the city who come to watch things bleed. The auctioneer, a portly minotaur with polished horns and a voice like oiled gravel, gestures for me to be brought forward. "A fine specimen for you today, discerning buyers." "A Vakak," it is said, though fallen from grace. But the bloodline remains. The strength is unquestionable. My jaw aches from the force with which I clench it. I am a prize bull being inspected, my muscles prodded, my teeth checked. The humiliation is a physical acid in my gut. "But words are cheap," the auctioneer booms. "Let us have a demonstration of this asset's capabilities." He gestures to a heavy iron gate on the far side of the pit. It groans open, and the stench of something foul and enraged washes over the crowd. An Urog, one of the orcs twisted by dark elf magic into a 10-foot-tall monstrosity of muscle and rage, lumbers into the pit. Its skin is a patchwork of scars, its eyes burning with mindless fury. It is not alone. From the shadows behind it, 2 wiry, 4-armed assassins from the southern isles creep out, their hooked blades gleaming. The crowd roars its approval. A Vakak against 3 lesser beings. Good sport. The guards unshackle my wrists. The auctioneer tosses a single rust-pitted axe onto the sand at my feet. My weapon of choice has always been a pair of matched war axes, perfectly balanced and bearing the crest of my house. This thing is an insult. I do not pick it up. The Urog charges, its roar shaking the very foundations of the pit. I stand my ground, my body a coiled spring of Vakak training and arena-honed instinct. At the last possible second, I drop, sweeping my leg out. The Uruk, for all its strength, is clumsy. It trips over my leg, crashing headlong into the wooden wall of the pit with a sound like a thunderclap. I don't waste the opening. I surge to my feet, ignoring the two assassins circling me, and drive my shoulder into the Uruk's back, pinning it to the wall. I wrap my arms around its thick neck, my muscles straining. It thrashes, its immense power nearly breaking my hold, but I lock my grip. With a final guttural roar that is more animal than minotaur, I twist. There is a sickening crack of bone, and the Uruk goes limp. One down. The assassins attack, a whirlwind of flashing blades. I spin, using the Uruk's massive body as a shield. Their hooks sink into the dead flesh. I shove the corpse forward, sending them stumbling back. Now I snatch the discarded axe from the sand. It feels wrong in my hand, poorly weighted, but it is steel. It will cut. The first assassin comes at me, a blur of motion, all four arms striking at once. I do not attempt to parry. Parrying is for honorable duels. This is a slaughter. I duck under his wild swing and bring the axe up in a brutal, disemboweling arc. He screams, a high, thin sound, as his own entrails spill onto the sand. He crumples, his three remaining arms clutching at the gaping wound. The second one is smarter. He feints, trying to draw me out. I do not fall for it. I let him come to me. He lunges, his blade aimed for my throat. I turn my shoulder, letting the hook bite deep into the muscle. The pain is a hot white fire, but I ignore it. I have him. My free hand shoots out, grabbing his throat. I lift him off the ground, his legs kicking uselessly. I watch the life drain from his eyes before I slam his head into the stone floor with enough force to shatter bone. Silence. The entire pit is silent for a heartbeat, the crowd stunned. Then they erupt. The roar is deafening, a wave of bloodlust and awe. I stand over the carnage, my chest heaving, blood dripping from my arm and spattering the sand. I feel no triumph. This is not a victory. It is a performance. The work of a butcher, not a warrior. As you can see, the auctioneer's voice booms, slick with greed. The quality is undeniable. Let us begin the bidding. I tune it out, my gaze sweeping over the leering faces in the crowd. I see a Zotkok merchant I recognize, a man named Gorak who once bowed to me in the halls of the Senate. He is the high bidder, his face flushed with the thrill of owning something he once feared. The humiliation is a fresh wound, deeper than the one on my arm. A new voice cuts through the din. 500 gold. It is a woman's voice. A human's. Clear and steady, without a trace of the bloodlust that fills the air. I search the crowd and find her. She is small, unassuming, her dark hair pulled back in a severe knot. She's dressed in the simple garb of a servant or a scribe, utterly out of place in this den of vipers. Gorak scoffs, turning to locate the source of the bid. The human mistakes the slave market for the fish market. 600. 700. She counters immediately, her gaze fixed on me. There is no emotion on her face, only a calm, unnerving resolve. The back and forth is a spectacle. The Zotkok merchant, his pride wounded, against the slip of a human girl with a seemingly bottomless purse. The crowd murmurs, intrigued. A human owning a Vakak, even a disgraced one, is unheard of. 1,000 gold! Gorak bellows, his face turning purple. 2,000, she says, her voice never wavering. Gorak stares at her, his mouth agape. He looks from her to me, then back again, sputtering. He throws his hands up in disgust and storms away. Sold! The auctioneer cries, slamming his gavel down. To the human woman! My world tilts. My fate, my very life, now belongs to this fragile creature. The rage that has been simmering within me boils over, a storm of shame and fury so potent it threatens to shatter my control. The guards shackle me again and lead me to a small, torchlit chamber off the pit. She waits for me, a rolled piece of parchment in her hand. The contract. My leash. I stop a few feet from her, letting the full weight of my presence bear down on her. My shadow swallows her whole. I tower over her, a mountain of scarred muscle and barely contained violence. I want to see her flinch. I want to see the terror in her eyes. It is the only power I have left. But she does not flinch. She meets my gaze directly, her brown eyes sharp and intelligent. It is a subtle act of defiance, and it stokes my rage to a white-hot inferno. She holds out the contract. Your name is Votoy Saru. You will answer to me now. You will protect me. A growl rumbles in my chest, a sound like stone grinding on stone. I'm about to unleash a torrent of contempt, to tell her exactly what I think of her species, of this ultimate degradation. But before I can speak, she takes a single step closer, into my space, into the very heart of my fury. Her voice drops to a bare whisper, a sound meant only for me, a sound that cuts through the roaring storm in my mind. Lord Malik. The name is a key turning in a lock I thought was rusted shut forever. The sounds of the market, the pain in my arm, the rage in my heart, it all vanishes. Everything stops, silenced by that single impossible name on the lips of a human slave.
Chapter 3. Bella. He follows me from the auction house, a silent, hulking shadow that blots out the moonlight. His presence is a physical weight, a pressure against my back that makes it hard to breathe. Every drunken shout from a nearby tavern, every skittering Rodan in the shadows, sends a fresh spike of adrenaline through my veins. I am walking through a city of predators with the most dangerous one of all leashed to my will by a flimsy piece of parchment. I lead him into a narrow, refuse-choked alley between a tannery and a butcher shop. The stench of brine and blood is overwhelming, a cloying perfume of death that clings to the humid air. It's a dead end, a cage of crumbling brick and darkness, deliberate. If he is going to kill me, I want it to be here, away from prying eyes. I turn to face him, my back pressed against the cold, damp wall. The satchel of stolen coin feels impossibly heavy. He stops a few feet away, his sheer size consuming the space, the splintered tip of his horn catching a sliver of moonlight like a shard of bone. The silence stretches, thick and suffocating, broken only by the sound of his slow, deliberate breaths. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic prisoner. I force my hand to be steady as I hold out the contract. The terms are simple, I begin, my voice sounding small and thin in the oppressive quiet. You will be my guard. You will protect me from those who hunt me. A low sound rumbles in his chest, less a laugh and more the grating of stone on stone. Protect you. His voice is a deep baritone, rough with disuse and laced with a contempt so profound it's almost a physical force. A human commands a vakak to be her shield. The world has gone mad. The world is what it is, I counter, my voice gaining a sliver of strength. And in this world, I hold your contract. I own you. The words are a mistake. I know it the instant they leave my lips. He moves faster than anything that large should be able to move. One moment he is 10 feet away, the next he is on me, his shadow swallowing me whole. A massive hand, bigger than my head, wraps around my throat. He lifts me effortlessly, my feet dangling inches above the grimy cobblestones, my back slamming against the brick. Panic, cold and absolute, floods my senses. The world dissolves into the pressure at my neck and the sight of his face, inches from mine. His eyes are pools of molten amber, blazing with centuries of pride and a fresh, raw fury. I can't breathe. I can't scream. My fingers scrabble uselessly at the thick, furred wrist of the hand that is crushing the life from me. Let me be clear, human, he snarls, the words vibrating through my skull. You own nothing. This parchment you clutch is a legal fiction, a piece of paper that says you paid coin for my time. It does not give you power over my life. My life is my own. I could snap your fragile neck right now, take your coin, and disappear into the underbelly of this city before your body was cold. Black spots dance at the edges of my vision. My lungs burn, desperate for air. This is it. This is how I die. Killed not by a conspirator's blade, but by the very weapon I chose for my salvation. But even as the darkness closes in, a different kind of fire ignites in my gut. Rage defiance. I will not die like this. I stop clawing at his hand, and instead force my own to go limp. I meet his furious gaze, and with the last of my strength, I give him the slightest, most infuriating shake of my head. Number. Something flickers in those amber depths. Surprise? Annoyance? He sees my surrender for what it is, a final act of defiance. He loosens his grip just enough for me to drag in a ragged, desperate gasp of air. He doesn't release me, holding me pinned against the wall, a predator toying with its prey. You paid 2,000 gold for a bodyguard, he growls, his voice lower now, more dangerous. You are a slave. Where did you get that kind of coin? I find my voice, a raw, rasping thing. I stole it. And the name you whispered? Malaka. Why does a scribe slave know the name of a Vakak lord? Because he is the one who wants me dead. The words come out in a rush, a torrent of truth held back by terror. I found evidence. A payment from my master, Chiron, to a shell company, a secret shipment authorized by Malak himself. It's a conspiracy. He means to kill the Zeusvak. I pull the folded ledger page from my bodice, my fingers fumbling. Here. This is the proof. He finally releases me. I collapse to my knees, coughing, my throat raw and bruised, dragging in the foul alley air as if it were the sweetest perfume. He takes the parchment from my trembling hand. His massive head bends over the delicate script, his brow furrowed in concentration. The silence returns, but this time it is filled with a tense, crackling energy. He is quiet for a long time, his gaze fixed on the page. When he finally looks up, the raw fury in his eyes has been replaced by something colder, sharper, a calculating intelligence. This is a start, he says, his voice devoid of its earlier contempt. But it is not enough. I stare at him, confused. It's a direct link. A signed authorization. He gives a short, derisive snort. You think like a human, with your rules of evidence and your belief in the integrity of paper. Malak is Vakak. I know his kind because I was his kind. He will deny it. He will say the document is a forgery, a lie crafted by a disgraced gladiator and a thieving slave. Who do you think the Zukus will believe? An honoured lord, or us? The cold truth of his words washes over me, extinguishing my small spark of hope. He's right. We have nothing but a single piece of paper against a mountain of influence and power. What he did to me, Votoy continues, his voice a low rumble of contained thunder. The frame-up, the lies. It was done with a dozen such documents, all perfectly forged, all pointing to my guilt. Malak is a serpent. He does not leave a single clumsy trail. He weaves a web. He taps the ledger page with a thick finger. This is but one thread. To kill a man like Malak, you must burn his entire web to the ground. There will be more evidence. Back at your master's house. We must go back, and you will lead the way. My blood transforms to ice. Go back? We can't. They'll be looking for me. Chiron will have guards everywhere. They will be looking for a frightened slave girl fleeing for her life. He counters, his amber eyes locking onto mine. They will not be looking for her to return with a disgraced Vakak at her back. They will be watching the gates, the docks, the roads out of the city. They will not be watching the front door of the man who thinks you are already as good as dead. He is right. The sheer audacity of it is its greatest strength. It's a move of logic and calculation, the kind of move I would have made if my mind wasn't clouded by fear. "We go back," he declares, not a suggestion but a command. We find the rest of his web, and we find the blade sharp enough to cut his throat with it. I look at him, truly look at him for the first time. Not as a monster, not as a tool, but as an ally. A terrifying, brutal, and dangerously intelligent ally. The fear is still there, a cold rock in my gut, but now it's mingled with something else, a sliver of hope. I push myself to my feet, my legs still shaking, and nod. I agree. He gives a slow, deliberate nod in return. He unrolls the contract, the flimsy parchment that supposedly binds him to me. "This bargain," he says, voice a low growl. "It is not one of master and slave. It is a pact of vengeance, my vengeance and your survival. The terms are mine to set." Before I can respond, he draws a small, wicked-looking blade from a hidden sheath in his boot. Without flinching, he slices the tip of his thumb. A single, dark drop of blood wells up. He presses his thumb to the bottom of the contract, smearing a crimson mark next to my master's signature. A blood oath. A bond far older and more powerful than any Zotkak law. He rolls the parchment and hands it back to me. It feels warm from his touch. "You do not own me, human," he says, his amber eyes boring into mine, sealing the pact between us. "You have merely rented my wrath."
Chapter 4. Votoi. The blood on my thumb is a minor sting, a familiar pain that grounds me in the cold reality of my new purpose. The pact is sealed. Vengeance has a name, and survival has a face. The pale, determined face of the human woman who now holds my leash and my only hope. I take the lead without a word, turning from the foul-smelling alley and plunging deeper into the city's shadowed veins. Above us, the grand marble colonnades and stately manors of the Vakak and wealthy Zotkak districts rise toward the moon, a world I once called my own. Down here, in the warren of streets that service the capital, the air is ripe with the scent of coal smoke, cheap ale, and desperation. This is the realm of the Fiepakak, the laborers and freedmen, a place a Saru would never walk. The irony is a bitter taste in my mouth. To reclaim my honor, I must crawl through the very dishonor I once disdained. The human, Bella, follows close behind, her steps surprisingly quiet for one not trained in stealth. She clutches the satchel of coin to her chest like a shield, her head on a constant swivel. Her fear is a palpable scent in the air, sharp and clean, but it is tempered by a rigid control that I am beginning to recognize. She is a creature of intellect, not instinct, and I wonder if her sharp mind will be enough to keep her alive. "Stay in my shadow," I grunt, the first words spoken between us since the oath. "Do not speak. Do not stop. If I run, you run." She simply nods, her dark eyes wide but focused. We move through the city like ghosts. I know these back ways not from experience, but from strategy. As a Vakak noble, I was required to study the capital's layout, to know its weaknesses, its escape routes, its arteries, and its dead ends. Knowledge I thought was for leading soldiers in the defense of Milthar, I now use to sneak through its guts like a common criminal. As we near the merchant district where Karen's estate stands, the scent of the sea grows stronger, mingling with the smell of night-blooming jasmine from the walled gardens of the wealthy. The patrols become more frequent. City guards, their horned helms gleaming in the moonlight, walk their predictable routes. But there are others. Shadows that detach themselves from doorways, figures on rooftops that are too still, too watchful. Malek's men. The serpent's poison is already spreading through the city's watch. We take refuge in the deep shadow of a blacksmith's awning, the air still warm from the day's forge. Across the wide moonlit plaza stands Karen's estate, a formidable structure of white stone and dark timber. Its windows are all lit, a hive of activity when it should be settling into slumber. He has already reported you, I murmur, my voice a low rumble. Bella presses herself against the wall beside me, her breathing shallow. I expected as much. As we watch, a squadron of a dozen city guards marches up to the main gate. They are led by a minotaur whose armor is finer than the rest, his helmet crested with the obsidian sigil of a wolf's head. My blood runs cold. That is Captain Vorlag, I breathe, the name a curse on my tongue. He is Malak's dog. I saw him at my trial, whispering in Malak's ear. The confirmation is a physical blow. This is not a simple matter of a merchant reporting a theft. This is a Lord's agent taking control of the scene. They are not here to investigate a runaway slave. They are here to hunt for a witness and bury a secret. Vorlag pounds on the gate. It swings open, and the guards storm the estate. We are too late. The house is a fortress now, crawling with the enemy. "We cannot get in," Bella whispers, her voice tight with despair. "Not yet," I correct. A shout from the far side of the plaza draws my attention. A lone guard, positioned as a lookout, has spotted us. He points, his bellow echoing across the stones. "There!" In the shadows. Instinct takes over. I grab Bella's arm, my grip like iron, and pull her with me back into the labyrinth of alleys. "Run!" The hunt is on. The sound of heavy armored footfalls and furious shouts echoes behind us. We plunge into the darkness, the world becoming a blur of stone walls and overflowing refuse bins. I am faster, stronger, but I am tethered to the human. Her lungs burn. I can hear her ragged gasps, but she does not falter, her small legs pumping furiously to keep up. We round a corner and come face to face with two more guards, their swords drawn. They have cut us off. There is no time for finesse. I shove Bella behind me and charge. I meet the first guard with the intense force of a battering ram, my shoulder crashing into his chest plate. I hear his ribs crack as he flies backward, slamming into his companion. I do not stop. I grab a heavy wooden market cart laden with unsold cabbages, and with a roar, heave it at them. The cart splinters against the wall, burying the two guards under an avalanche of wood and vegetables. "This way!" Bella cries, pointing down a narrow side passage I had overlooked. Her mind is working even in the midst of chaos. We scramble down the passage, the shouts of our pursuers growing closer again. We emerge into a small, enclosed courtyard, the back of a textile dyer's workshop. The air smells of acrid chemicals, and there is no other exit, a dead end. Heavy armored bodies block the entrance to the passage we have just exited. Vorlag himself stands at the forefront, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "Nowhere left to run, disgraced one," he sneers, his sword scraping against the cobblestones. "Lord Malak sends his regards." They advance slowly, savoring the moment. I push Bella behind me, my body a solid wall of muscle and defiance. I have no weapon but my fists and my fury. It will not be enough. I scan the walls around us, my mind racing. Brick, stone, timber, and a section of wall to my left that looks older, the mortar crumbling stained dark with moisture from a leaking gutter. A weakness. "When I move, you follow," I grunt to Bella, my voice low. "Do not hesitate. Vorlag is only a few feet away now, his sword raised. Your honor died in the arena, Saru. Now you die in the dirt." I let out a roar, the sound of pure primal rage, and charge, not at him, but at the wall. I put every ounce of my Vakek strength, every bit of my shame and fury into the impact. My shoulder hits the crumbling brick like a siege engine. The wall explodes outward in a shower of dust and rotten mortar. Pain, sharp and blinding, shoots through my shoulder, but I ignore it. Beyond the gaping hole is darkness. A passage. One of the city's old, forgotten sewer tunnels. The guards stare, momentarily stunned by the impossible act. It is the only opening I need. I spin, grabbing Bella's arm, and haul her through the jagged opening with me. "This way," I grunt, pulling her into the suffocating, pitch-black darkness as the sounds of the city watch erupt in fury behind us.
Chapter 5. Bella. The darkness of the sewer tunnel is absolute, a suffocating blanket of stench and silence broken only by the drip of unseen water and Votoy's heavy, guiding presence in front of me. My shoulder aches where he grabbed me, a phantom pressure that matches the bruising on my throat. I stumble on the slick, uneven stones, my hand flying out to brace against the slimy wall. A shudder racks my body. I am a creature of ink and parchment, of quiet rooms and orderly numbers. This subterranean filth is a violation of my very nature. Votoy stops, and I nearly collide with the wall of his back. He is utterly still, a statue carved from shadow. I can hear nothing but the frantic thumping of my own heart. Then a low grunt from him, a scraping sound of stone against stone. A sliver of dusty, grey light appears, and with a final groaning heave, he pushes a heavy sewer grate aside. Up. His voice is a low, rough rumble, devoid of emotion. Quickly. He hoists himself out with an ease that belies his size, then reaches back down. His massive hand engulfs mine, the calloused skin rough against my own. He pulls, and I feel weightless, lifted from the suffocating darkness and deposited onto the grimy cobblestones of another alley. I blink, my eyes struggling to adjust to the dim light of the pre-dawn city. The air here is different from the manicured gardens of the merchant district. It's thick with the smells of sweat, spilled ale, roasting meat, and the metallic tang of the nearby arena. We are in the city's gut, the working-class district of the Fiepakak. The buildings are timber and plaster, leaning against each other for support, their upper stories looming over the narrow streets. This is a world away from Chiron's white marble. Votoy is already moving, his posture different here. In the upper city he was a caged beast. Here he moves with a grim, purposeful stride, a predator back in his hunting grounds. Minotaurs, broad-shouldered and unadorned with the finery of the upper classes, pass us, their gazes lingering on me. I am an anomaly, a human, small and pale, trailing in the wake of a disgraced Vakak. I pull my cloak tighter, trying to shrink, to become the invisible scribe once more, but it's impossible. Here, my otherness is a beacon. He leads me to a corner tavern. The sign above the door is a crudely painted axe splitting a barrel, the name The Bitter Draught carved into the weathered wood. The sound from within is a low murmur of voices, punctuated by the occasional gruff laugh. It smells of damp wood and stale beer. This is not a place a slave or a Vakak noble would ever enter. Votoy pushes the heavy door open and steps inside. The tavern goes silent. Every eye turns to us. The patrons are all Fiepakak, labourers, off-duty guards, grizzled arena hands with scarred knuckles and cynical eyes. They see Votoy, and a ripple of recognition, of old respect and fresh pity, moves through the room. They see his splintered horn, the symbol of his shame, and then their eyes fall on me, and the mood shifts. Suspicion, hostility. A figure detaches itself from the shadows behind the bar. A female minotaur, her fur the colour of a stormy sky, a long faded scar cutting across one of her heavy brows. She is not as tall as Votoy, but she carries herself with an authority that makes her seem just as large. She wipes the bar with a rag, her movements slow, deliberate, her dark eyes missing nothing. "Look what the sewer washed in," she says, her voice sounding like a smoky drawl. It's not a welcome, it's an accusation. Votoy walks to the bar, stopping a few feet from her. I remain by the door, feeling like a field mouse in a den of lions. The power dynamic here is a language I don't speak, a complex tapestry of history and caste I can only guess at. "Lyra?" Votoy's voice is rough, rumbling. "I need a room." The female, Lyra, lets out a short, humourless laugh. "A room?" You think this is a Vakak pleasure house? Or have you forgotten what you are? She tosses the rag onto the counter, her gaze flicking to me, sharp and dismissive. And what is this? Your new pet? The insult is a physical sting. My cheeks burn with a mixture of shame and anger. She is with me, Votoy states, his voice flat, offering no further explanation. The protective stance is subtle, a slight shift of his weight that puts him more squarely between me and the tavern owner. But I see it. And I know Lyra does too. Her eyes narrow, studying him. There is a deep, unspoken history between them, a current of shared memories that I can feel crackling in the air. Her gaze softens for a fraction of a second, a flicker of something that might have once been affection, before hardening again into a mask of weary cynicism. You look like hell, Votoy, she says, her voice losing some of its edge. The world is hell, Lyra, he replies, the word steeped in a bitterness so profound it makes my own fear feel shallow. She sighs, a heavy, world-weary sound, and gestures with her head toward a dark staircase in the back of the room. The old storage room above the kitchens is empty. It's not fit for a Vakak, but I suppose it'll do for what's left of one. Relief, so potent it almost makes my knees buckle, washes through me. Sanctuary. My thanks, Votoy says, the words sounding stiff, unused. Don't thank me yet, Lyra warns, her sharp gaze finding me again. She looks me up and down, her expression a mixture of pity and contempt. Whatever trouble you're in, the human is at the heart of it. They always are. A weakness, a complication. She is not a weakness. We're allies, Votoy says, and the quiet finality in his tone silences the room once more. It is the first time he has defended me, and the shock of it is a jolt to my system. He is not just my weapon. He is my ally. The thought is as terrifying as it is exhilarating. Lyra holds his gaze for a long moment, then gives a slow, reluctant nod. She seems to be mourning the warrior he once was, the friend she once knew. Her loyalty, it seems, is to a ghost. Fine, she concedes, her voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial murmur. Get upstairs. Stay out of sight. I'll bring up some food and water when I can. She leans forward, her voice a grim warning meant for him, but her eyes are locked on me. Malak's influence runs deep, even down here in the dirt. His men have been busy in the past few hours. I assume he's the reason why you're here. You see, Makak has coin, and coin buys eyes and ears everywhere. You brought a storm to my door, Vakak. See that it doesn't tear the roof off. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. To protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 6. Votoy. The room Lyra gives us is little more than a closet, smelling of dust, old grain, and the faint, lingering scent of despair. A single grime-caked window looks out over a narrow alley, its view a testament to the dregs of the city. A thin mattress stuffed with what feels like straw lies in one corner, a pathetic offering of comfort. It is a fitting throne room for a fallen king. I stand in the center of the space, the adrenaline from our flight through the city slowly draining away, leaving behind the familiar, hollow ache of my existence. The throbbing in my shoulder, where the assassin's hook tore through flesh and muscle, is a dull, rhythmic counterpoint to the frantic beating of my heart. Pain is an old acquaintance. In the arena, it is a constant companion, a fire that burns away all thought until only the instinct to survive remains. This pain is different. It is a reminder of my failure, of being cornered, of needing a human's quick thinking to find an escape. The human, Bella, slides the heavy bolt on the door, the sound echoing in the small space with a grim finality. She leans against the wood for a moment, her eyes closed, her chest rising and falling in ragged breaths. She is small, so fragile, a creature of bone and soft flesh. I've seen arena beasts with more physical presence, and yet she did not scream. She did not panic, she thought. My contempt, the shield I've carried for so long, feels heavy and ill-fitting. It is a simple thing to despise weakness, but I'm beginning to suspect she is not weak at all, merely breakable. And the distinction is a dangerous one. She pushes herself away from the door, her gaze sweeping the room with a scholar's analytical precision before it lands on me. Her eyes, the color of rich earth, narrow, tracking a dark line of blood that trickles down my arm from the gash in my shoulder. "You are injured," she states, her voice a quiet, factual thing. I glance at the wound as if noticing it for the first time. It is nothing. A Vakak warrior does not acknowledge pain. He endures it. He masters it. To speak of it means to give it power. My father taught me that lesson with the flat of a training blade when I was just a calf. "It is not nothing," she counters, her voice losing its detached quality and taking on a sharp, insistent edge. She gestures to the wound with her chin. "It will fester if it is not cleaned. Sit." The command is so unexpected, so audacious, that I can only stare at her. A slave, her throat still likely bearing the shadow of my own hand, is ordering me as if I were a disobedient hound. A harsh, guttural laugh escapes my lips before I can stop it. "You forget your place, human. My place is to ensure my investment does not die of a poisoned blade or a rotting wound before he has fulfilled his purpose," she retorts, her gaze unwavering. She unties the heavy satchel of coin and sets it on the floor, then begins rummaging through a smaller pouch at her waist. "I am a scribe. I'm also responsible for maintaining my former master's, household accounts, which included the purchase of medical supplies. I know how to treat a wound. Now sit down." She produces a small roll of clean linen, a vial of antiseptic herbs, and a water skin. She is not asking. She is proceeding as if my compliance is a foregone conclusion. The sheer, unmitigated gall of it is both infuriating and intriguing. No one has spoken to me with such authority since my father. I remain standing, a mountain of defiance. "I do not require your assistance. And I do not require your permission," she says, her voice dropping, becoming as sharp and pointed as a stiletto. "You made a blood oath, Votoi Saru. You swore to protect me. You cannot do that if you are fevered and dying. Your pride is a luxury neither of us can afford. Do not make me remind you of the contract that I hold. The threat is veiled, but it is there. The contract. The leash. A reminder that, for all my strength, she holds the legal claim to my life. My jaw tightens, the muscles bunching until they ache. To be beholden to anyone is a torment. To be beholden to a human is a unique and exquisite form of hell. But she is right. Her logic is as clean and sharp as a freshly honed blade. A dead gladiator is of no use to her, and a dead gladiator cannot find his vengeance. With a low growl of frustration that is equal parts rage and resignation, I stalk to the lone wooden stool in the corner and sit. The wood groans under my weight. I do not remove my torn tunic, an act of petty defiance. She approaches me without hesitation, her movements economical and precise. She kneels before me, placing her meager supplies on the dusty floor. The scent of the antiseptic herbs, a sharp, clean smell of filvet grass and rearst, cuts through the stale air of the room. "The tunic," she says, voice soft again, all business. I stare down at her, at the top of her head, at the dark hair pulled back so severely. I can end her with a single casual blow. The thought is a dark whisper in the back of my mind, a remnant of the beast I have become in the arena. But the beast is silent now, watching, waiting. With a final derisive snort, I reach down, grab the hem of my tunic, and rip the tough fabric from my shoulder, exposing the wound. It is a nasty gash, deep and oozing, the flesh around it already beginning to darken. The assassin's blade was coated with something, a slow-acting poison meant to cripple, then kill. She does not flinch. She does not recoil at the sight of the blood or the mangled flesh. She simply uncorks the water skin and begins to clean the wound, her touch impossibly gentle. The first touch of the cool, wet linen against my fevered skin is a shock. My entire body goes rigid. I'm a creature of violence and brutality. My skin is a landscape of scars, a testament to a life of battle and pain. I have not known a gentle touch since my mother tended a childhood scrape, a lifetime ago. Her fingers, small and stained with ink, are steady as they work, cleaning the edges of the gash with a meticulous care that is at odds with the grim surroundings. I watch her, my contempt warring with a strange, unsettling sense of admiration. She is terrified. I can see the faint tremor in her hands, the rigid set of her jaw, but she does not let her fear rule her. She pushes it down, compartmentalizes it, and focuses on the task at hand. It is a discipline I understand. It is the discipline of a warrior. "You are not like the others," I find myself saying. The words a low rumble in the quiet room. Her gaze remains fixed on her work. "The other humans you have known? They are soft. They cry. They cower. I think of the screaming, simpering slaves in the houses of my Vakok peers, the terrified chattel in the market. You do not cower." She pauses, dipping the linen in the water again. "Cowering does not balance a ledger, and it does not keep you alive when you hold a secret that could burn down a kingdom. I learned long ago that the only thing I can rely on is my mind. My body is a cage. My mind is the key." Her words resonate with a truth that strikes me deeper than the assassin's blade. I, too, am in a cage of shame, of lost honor. And my mind, my thirst for vengeance, is the only key I have left. She finishes cleaning the wound and uncorks the vial of herbs. She sprinkles the fine green powder into the gash. It stings, a clean, sharp fire that is a welcome change from the dull throb of the poison. I do not so much as flinch, a point of pride I cannot relinquish. Her eyes flicker up to mine, acknowledging my stillness with a glimpse of something I cannot name. Respect? She takes a fresh strip of linen and begins to bind the wound, her movements practiced and efficient. Her proximity is unsettling. I can smell the faint, clean scent of her skin beneath the dust and grime of our escape, a scent of parchment and soap. Her hair, pulled back so tightly, reveals the delicate shell of her ear, the vulnerable line of her neck. I am acutely aware of my own size, of the immense, brutal power I hold in my body, and of the incredible, terrifying control it is taking not to react to her closeness. My entire world becomes this small, quiet room, the gentle pressure of her hands on my arm, the soft sound of her breathing, the intense focus in her dark, intelligent eyes, the rage, the shame, the roaring beast in my soul. It all goes quiet, silenced by the steady, unassuming presence of this human woman. She ties off the bandage, her work complete. Her hands linger on my arm for a heartbeat longer than necessary. My gaze lifts from her hands to her face. She is looking at me, her expression unreadable. The distance between us is nothing, a breath of air. The air crackles, thick with unspoken energy, with the raw, undeniable truth of our situation. A disgraced monster and a clever slave, bound together by a desperate, impossible pact. In her eyes I do not see fear. I see a reflection of my own fierce, burning will to survive. The connection is a jolt, a spark of lightning in the desolate landscape of my soul. It is too much. It is a vulnerability I cannot afford, an intimacy I have really no right to feel. I pull my arm away abruptly, the sudden movement making her flinch. The spell is broken. I stand, turning my back to her, putting the cold, hard distance of the room between us. The beast in my soul roars back to life, enraged by the moment of weakness. Your debt is paid for the wound, I say, my voice rougher than I intend, harsh with an emotion I cannot name.
Chapter 7. Bella. The silence Votoi leaves in his wake is a living thing, a heavy, crackling presence that fills every corner of the dusty room. He stands with his back to me, a mountain of rigid muscle and simmering resentment, his rejection a wall as solid and unyielding as the one he shattered to save us. My hand, the one that had just finished binding his wound, feels strangely empty, cold. For a single, insane moment, there was something other than fear and desperation between us, a connection, a flicker of understanding in the amber depths of his eyes. Now it's gone, buried under an avalanche of Vakak pride and ingrained contempt. I am a fool, a naive, sentimental fool. He is a weapon, I remind myself, the words a bitter, silent chant. A tool I purchased to ensure my survival. Nothing more. To think otherwise is a weakness, a complication I cannot afford. Lyra was right. The heavy bolt on the door scrapes back, and I flinch, my hand instinctively going to the hilt of the small dagger I'd managed to tuck into my boot before fleeing Chiron's estate. It's a pathetic weapon against a minotaur, but it's the only one that is truly mine. Lyra enters, her scarred face a picture of grim neutrality. She carries a wooden tray laden with a loaf of dark bread, a wedge of hard cheese, 2 bruised apples, and a pitcher of water. It's the most beautiful sight I have ever seen. She sets the tray on the floor with a dull thud, her gaze sweeping over me before landing on Votoi's broad, unmoving back. The neutrality in her expression vanishes, replaced by a storm of raw, unfiltered anger. So, this is what has become of the great Votoi Saru, she says in a dangerous snarl. Hiding in a storage closet above my tavern, bleeding on my floor with a human chit for a shield. Votoi turns slowly, his movements deliberate, controlled. The air in the room becomes thick, heavy with a tension so profound it feels like I'm breathing water. He and Lyra stare at each other, locked in a silent battle of wills. There is a history here, a deep, tangled web of moments that I am not privy to. They are 2 predators in a cage, and I am the fragile, unwanted thing caught between them. She is not my shield, Lyra. Votoi's voice is a growl of warning. Lyra lets out a harsh, barking laugh. No? Then what is she? Your master? She spits the word like a curse, her eyes flashing. I heard the talk from the market. A human bought your contract. A slave bought the son of Saru. Have you fallen so far that you now answer to the leash of a lesser being? Every word is a deliberate blow, aimed to wound his pride, to cut him where he is most vulnerable. I can see the muscles in his jaw bunch, the slow clenching and unclenching of his massive fists. He is a storm held in check by a thread of iron will. I find myself holding my breath, waiting for the thread to snap. What are they to each other? Her anger is too personal, too intimate for a mere acquaintance. It burns with the heat of betrayal. Were they lovers once, comrades in arms? The questions swirl in my mind, a useless, dangerous distraction. It is not my place to know. It is not my business. My business is survival. My reasons are my own, Votoi says, his voice flat, impenetrable. Your reasons have brought Malak's dogs to my door. She snarls, taking a step forward, her fists planted on her hips. Vorlag's men are crawling all over the district, asking questions, flashing coin. Do you have any idea what you have done? You, who lecture everyone on honour, have brought dishonour and danger to the one place that would still take you in. I did not ask for your help, he grunts. No, you never do. She throws her hands up in exasperation. You just appear, a walking catastrophe, expecting the rest of us to clean up the blood. It was the same with the trial, Votoi. You could have fought. You could have let your father, your friends, speak for you. But you chose the arena. You chose this spectacle of shame. You chose to throw your life away, and for what? For a pride that has left you with nothing but scars and a splintered horn. Her voice breaks on the last word, the raw anger finally cracking to reveal the deep, aching pain beneath. The silence that unfolds is profound, heavy with the weight of her grief and his stoic, unyielding misery. She loved him, or loves him still. The realization is an icy stone in my gut. I am an intruder here, a witness to a private agony that has been festering for years. I make myself as small as possible, my back pressed against the wall, trying to fade into the dusty shadows. I focus on the tray of food, on the simple, life-sustaining reality of bread and water, anything to distract from the suffocating intimacy of their shared history. Votoi does not respond. He simply stands there, absorbing her fury, her pain, as if it were his rightful punishment. He is a mountain, weathered by a storm only he can see. Lyra lets out a long, shuddering breath, the fight draining out of her. She runs a hand over her face, the gesture one of profound weariness. Gods, Votoi, what have you gotten yourself into now? He gestures to me with his head. She uncovered a plot. Malaka. He moves against the Zusvak. Lyra's head snaps toward me, her eyes narrowing with a fresh wave of suspicion. The human? She has proof, he says. A ledger, a shipping manifest. Lyra studies me, her gaze sharp, analytical. She is assessing my worth, my threat level. I meet her gaze, refusing to look away, to show the fear that is a cold, coiling serpent in my belly. Proof is a dangerous thing to own, she says, her voice grim, especially when it belongs to a man like Malak. She turns her attention back to Votoi. Your timing is either a curse or a blessing from the Lady of Light herself. There are whispers coming from the palace. A new kind of tension enters the room, sharp and cold. What whispers? Votoi asks, his voice taut. Lyra leans against the doorframe, her arms crossed over her chest. The Zusvak is ill, gravely ill. The court physicians say it is a wasting sickness, a natural decline of age. But the servants, the Fipakak who clean the chambers and serve the meals, they say otherwise. This leads to the postponement of the festival. Her voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper, a sound that sends a chill down my spine. They say it is a poison. Slow, subtle. A serpent's kiss that drains the life from him day by day. The room seems to shrink, the air growing thin. My carefully constructed plans, my desperate gamble for survival, it all feels so small, so naive. This is not just a conspiracy to seize power. It is an active assassination, a race against a poison that is already doing its work. The ticking clock I'd imagined has become a time bomb, its fuse already lit and burning. We don't just have to expose Malak, we have to do it before the king draws his last breath. If the Zusvak dies, Votoi says, his voice a low, grim rumble, the Zukus will be in chaos. Malak, with his influence and his private guard, could seize the throne before the week is out. He is already positioning his pieces. Lyra confirms, her expression grim. He has been for months. Placing his allies in key positions, buying loyalties, silencing dissenters. She pauses, her dark eyes locking onto Votoy's, her expression hardening with the weight of her final, devastating piece of information. They say the king's personal physician, the old Vakak who served his father before him, died in his sleep a month ago. A sudden, unexpected passing. His replacement, hand-picked by the High Senate for his skill, is a minotaur named Jorik, whose sister, as it happens, is Lord Malak's new wife.
Chapter 8. Votoy. Lara leaves, taking her storm of anger and grief with her, but the truth she delivered remain, poisoning the air in the small, dusty room. The Zuzvak is dying, not of age, not of sickness, but by a traitor's hand. A slow, methodical assassination unfolds in the center of the kingdom, and we are the only ones who know. The knowledge is a pressure in my chest that mimics the phantom sensation of the executioner's hood. As a Vakak, my life, my honor, my very soul is sworn to the defense of the throne. It is the first vow a Saru male takes, the words branded onto our hearts before we are old enough to wield a blade. And I fail. While I rot in the arena, consumed by my own shame, the kingdom I am sworn to protect bleeds from within. Malak has not only stolen my name, he uses my disgrace as a smokescreen to orchestrate the downfall of a king. The rage that follows is a cold, clean fire, burning away the last vestiges of my self-pity. My own suffering is a trivial thing compared to this. My honor is not a title to be reclaimed, but a duty to be fulfilled. I turn from the door, my gaze falling on the human. Bella. She sits on the floor, methodically breaking the loaf of bread Lyra left into 2 equal portions. Her movements are precise, efficient, her expression a mask of calm concentration, as if she is merely balancing another ledger. She does not seem to understand the gravity of what we have just learned. Or perhaps, I realize with a jolt, she understands it so completely that this is the only way she can process it. By imposing order on the chaos, one small, deliberate act at a time. The ledger page you took from Karen's study, I say, voice a low rumble in the quiet room. I must see it again. She looks up, her dark eyes sharp, questioning. She does not speak, but her gaze is clear. Why? The lies that condemned me, I explain, the words tasting like dirt in my mouth. They are connected to the lies that now threaten the king. I feel it. A serpent uses the same venom for all its prey. She gives a slow, deliberate nod, her analytical mind accepting the logic of my instinct. She reaches into her bodice and produces the folded, slightly crumpled piece of parchment. She does not hand it to me. Instead, she holds it, waiting. The power dynamic, subtle but undeniable, has shifted once more. I need her skill, her ability to decipher the script that is, to me, little more than meaningless squiggles. Tell me of your trial, she says, the sound of her voice soft but firm. It is not a request. It is a demand for information, for context. Tell me of the evidence Malak used against you. I cannot find a pattern if I do not know the shape of the original weave. Speaking of it is reliving it. To tear open a wound that has never truly healed. I look away from her, my gaze fixing on the grimy window, on the sliver of dirty sky beyond. There was a trade delegation from the Yakar's Isles, I begin, my voice a low, gravelly thing. I was tasked with overseeing the security arrangements. It was a routine assignment. The memory is a vivid, painful thing. The grand halls of the Senate, the scent of sea salt and expensive wine, the feeling of my ceremonial armor heavy and reassuring on my shoulders, the feeling of being Votoy Saru, a minotaur of purpose and honor. Malak was the lead negotiator. He praised my diligence. He called me a credit to my house, a true son of the Vakak. The memory of his charismatic smile, the false sincerity in his eyes, is a fresh betrayal. He used my trust, my honor, as a weapon against me. I paced the small room, the floorboards groaning under my weight. The evidence was perfect. Shipping manifests signed with a flawless forgery of my own seal, detailing a secret agreement to trade Minotaur steel for forbidden Dark Elf artifacts. A crime so heinous, so unthinkable, that no one would dare question it. I stop, my fist clenching at my side. There were letters, written in my own hand, or a perfect imitation of it, implicating my father, my entire house. He threatened to release them if I did not confess. To spare them the shame, I chose the arena. My voice drops, becoming a raw, ragged thing. But it was not enough for him. My father, a proud man who sat on the Zukus for 50 years, refused to be silent. He began his own investigation, using his influence to ask questions Malak did not want answered. A month later, he was dead. A hunting accident. A convenient tragedy that no one dared to question. I turned to face her, letting her see the raw agony in my eyes. Now my mother is a prisoner in her own home. Our name is Dust, and Malak's watchdogs circle our estate like vultures. He has not moved to extinguish my line completely, not yet. To eliminate an entire Vakak house, especially one as old as Saru, would be an act of open rebellion. The Zusvak, even weakened, would be forced to act. So Malak waits. He waits for the king to die, for the last of my family's protection to vanish. I did not just lose my honor, human. I lost everything. The silence is heavy with the weight of my confession. I've never spoken of this to anyone, not to Lyra, not to the few arena fighters who have shown me a measure of respect. To speak of it is to give it a reality I cannot bear. The manifests, Bella says, her voice a gentle, prodding thing, pulling me back from the edge of the abyss. What did they detail? What were the shipping routes? I close my eyes, forcing the images to the forefront of my mind. The trial. The prosecutor, one of Malak's cronies, holding up the forged documents for the entire Zukus to see. My father's face, a mask of stone, betraying nothing of the agony I know is tearing him apart inside. They were complex, I recount, the words a bitter litany. A series of small, untracked vessels. They were to leave from the western docks, bypass the main shipping lanes, and rendezvous with a dark elf corsair near the Serpent Sea. The routes were specific. They mentioned a series of coastal landmarks, the Widow's Peak, the sunken temple of Zukiev, the Eastern Watchtower. I open my eyes. Bella is staring at the ledger page in her hand, her brow furrowed in concentration. Read it, I command, my voice rough. Read the routes listed on that page. Aloud. She begins to read, her voice a clear, steady counterpoint to the storm of memory raging within me. Cargo to be transferred from the vessel Sea Serpent at the western docks to be moved overland via the old coast road. The words are different, yet familiar. Past the aqueduct checkpoint at dusk, she continues, her finger tracing the script. Then through the northern merchant gate, to be held at the warehouse district until the first bell of the festival. I stand frozen, the world narrowing to the sound of her voice. I am no longer in the dusty room. I am back in the war room of the Vakak Citadel, studying the massive detailed map of the capital that covers an entire wall. I'm a young warrior, my father's hand on my shoulder, his deep voice explaining the intricacies of the city's defenses. The honor guard is the king's lifeblood, Votoi, he had said, his finger tracing a path on the map. Their patrol routes are the arteries that protect the heart of the kingdom. To know them is to know how to defend them. The aqueduct checkpoint at dusk, the northern merchant gate, the warehouse district. They are not just locations. They are waypoints, checkpoints on a patrol route. My breath hitches. The pieces of the puzzle, separated by years of shame and a web of intricate lies, slam together with the painful force of a physical blow. The room tilts, the floor seeming to fall away beneath me. Malak did not just frame me. He used my disgrace as a cover for something far more sinister. He tested his plan, running a drill, using the forged documents of my downfall as a dry run for his true purpose. The human Bella stops reading, her head tilted, her sharp eyes sensing the sudden violent shift in my demeanor. Votoi, What is it? I look at her, but I do not truly see her. I see a map of betrayal drawn in my own blood. I see the horrifying, brilliant, and utterly dishonorable perfection of Malak's plan. Those aren't just random routes, I realize. The words a low, horrified rumble that seems to come from the very depths of my soul. That's the patrol path for the King's Honor Guard. He wasn't framing me for a trade deal. He was mapping the assassination. Chapter 9. Votoi. 3 days. For 3 days, I haunt the rooftops and shadowed alleys of the merchant district, a mere ghost in my own city, watching Karen's estate. And for 3 days, I find nothing. The house is a fortress, crawling with Malak's men. They move with the quiet efficiency of a well-oiled war machine, their presence a declaration that this is no longer a merchant's home, but a trader's garrison. My frustration is a physical thing, a hot, coiling serpent in my gut. Patience is a warrior's virtue, but this is not patience. It is impotence. The feeling festers in the confines of the small room above Lyra's tavern. The space, already a cage, shrinks with every passing hour, the air growing thick with our shared desperation and mutual resentment. The human, Bella, has a fire in her that I initially mistook for mere defiance. I now understand it is something far more dangerous. Hope. It makes her reckless. "We are wasting time," she says, her voice becoming a sharp, cutting thing that slices through the gloom. She paces, a frantic, caged energy in her small frame that grates on my already frayed nerves. "Every moment we wait, the poison does its work. Your king is dying while you lurk in the shadows." I remain seated on the stool, sharpening the hunting knife Lyra gave me, the rhythmic scrape of steel on whetstone the only answer I offer. "Are you listening to me?" she demands, stopping in front of me. "Or is this it? Is this the sum of your great Vakok wrath? Hiding in a closet and waiting for our enemies to forget we exist?" I look up, my gaze slow, deliberate. I let her see the cold fire in my eyes. "You speak of things you do not understand, human. You see soldiers on a wall and think it is merely a wall. I see patrol routes, watch rotations, supply lines. I see a fortress. To attack without a plan is not bravery. It is suicide, a concept with which I am intimately familiar." "So we do nothing?" she shoots back, her hands clenched into small, white-knuckled fists. "We let them win? I'm trying to keep you alive." The words erupt from me, a low, guttural roar that shakes the very air in the room. Her eyes widen, a flicker of fear finally breaking through her frustration. The scent of it, sharp and electric, fills my nostrils. I hate it. And I hate myself for causing it. I stand, the stool scraping against the floorboards. "You think I do not feel the urgency? You think this inaction does not tear at my soul? My honor demands I act, but my training demands I act with wisdom. Malak has left no opening. He is Vakok. He is thorough." "Then we make our own opening," she cries, her voice trembling with a desperate passion. She throws her hands up, her control finally snapping. "There has to be another way." "The slaves, the other slaves at Karen's," they used to whisper. "Of a tunnel, a way out, to the river. I never saw it. I thought it was just a story, a fantasy to make the days bearable. But they said it started in the foothills, behind the estate. I stare at her. A slave tunnel, a secret path, born of desperation, known only to the lowest of the low. It is a fool's hope, a thread of rumor in a tempest of certain death. It is the only thing we have. We leave under the cloak of the pre-dawn gloom, slipping out the back of Lyra's tavern and melting into the wilderness of the foothills that rise behind the city. The manicured gardens of the wealthy quickly give way to tangled woods and ancient moss-covered stones. Here, the laws of Miltar fade, replaced by the older, more brutal laws of nature. The human is not made for this. Her soft boots slip on the damp earth, and her breathing grows labored as we climb. But she does not complain. She simply pushes onward, her jaw set, her focus absolute. Her resilience is a constant, irritating surprise. A sudden, sharp squeal from the undergrowth ahead sends a jolt of instinct through me. I shove Bella behind me, my hand going to the hilt of my knife, my body dropping into a low, defensive crouch. A pack of dripper, their bristly hides caked with mud, burst from the bushes. They are vicious, boar-like beasts, their curved tusks sharp enough to gut a minotaur. There are 5 of them, their small, blind eyes turning toward us, their snouts twitching as they catch our scent. They charge. I'm about to meet them, to spill their blood and my own on the forest floor, when a deep, resonant horn blast echoes through the trees. The drippier skid to a halt, their brutish heads turning toward the sound, a primal fear overriding their aggression. Figures emerge from the dense woods around us. Minotaurs. 6 of them, clad in worn leather and carrying hunting spears, their faces grim. My first thought is that they are a patrol, that Malik's reach extends even this far. My hand tightens on my knife, my body coiling for a final, hopeless fight. But they do not raise their weapons. They stop a respectful distance away, their leader, a grizzled old warrior with a magnificent, unbroken set of horns, staring at me. His gaze is not hostile. It is filled with a shocked, sorrowful reverence. "By the lady's light," he breathes, his voice a low, gravelly thing. He takes a single step forward and lowers his head in a gesture of profound respect. "Lord Saru." The name, my name, spoken not as a curse, not as a mark of shame, but as a title of honor. The sound of it is a blow to my gut, a shock that resonates deeper than any wound. For years I have been beast, gladiator, disgraced one. To hear my own name spoken with the weight of what it once meant is to feel a crack form in the thick, frozen ice that has encased my heart. The other hunters follow their leader's example, bowing their heads. They are Fiepakak, hunters and trappers who live by their own code in these woods. They are the true people of Miltar, not the perfumed nobles of the Zukus. "We heard the rumors of your return," the old hunter says, his gaze rising to meet mine. "We did not dare to believe them. The House of Saru was a pillar of this island. What was done to you was a stain on the honor of all Minotaurs." I do not know what to say. The words of gratitude, of acknowledgement, they are foreign to me now, rusted from disuse. I simply give a stiff, formal nod, a gesture I have not made in years. The hunter's gaze shifts to Bella, who is half hidden behind me. The warmth in his eyes cools, replaced by a guarded suspicion. "You travel with a human, my lord." "She is under my protection," I state, the words leaving no room for argument. It is the truth. She is my charge, my responsibility. The thought is as unsettling as it is undeniable. "We need to go up north of the river," I add. The hunter accepts my declaration with a slight dip of his head, though his suspicion does not fade. The woods are not safe. Malik's men have been seen as far as the river, asking questions. "We can guide you to the riverbank. It is all the help we can offer without bringing the serpent's gaze upon our own families." They lead us through the treacherous terrain, with the quiet competence of men born to the wild, their presence a shield against the dangers of the forest. When we reach the wide, rushing river that marks the northern boundary of Karen's lands, they stop. "The Lady of Light guide your path, Lord Saru," the old hunter says, and with a final respectful bow, he and his men melt back into the trees, leaving us alone once more. We search for hours, the sun arcing across the sky and beginning its slow descent. We scour every foot of the riverbank, searching for a hidden opening, a loose pile of rocks, anything that looks out of place. We find nothing. As dusk begins to bleed purple and orange across the sky, a cold, hard truth settles upon me. The tunnel is a myth, a slave's desperate fantasy. We have come all this way for nothing. The woods are a place of shadow and death at night. To travel them now would be madness. "We make camp here," I declare, my voice flat with the weight of our failure. We will try again at first light. Bella does not argue. The fight seems to have drained out of her, replaced by a quiet, weary resignation. I build a small, smokeless fire in a hollow between two large boulders, the flames a small pocket of warmth and light against the encroaching darkness. I hunted on our journey, and I roast the two suru I caught over the flames. She takes the portion I offer her and eats in silence, her gaze lost in the dancing firelight. The sounds of the night close in around us, the chirp of insects, the hoot of a night bird, the distant howl of a warg. I sit with my back against a rock, my knife in my hand, my senses on high alert. I will not sleep. I will watch. I will protect. Hours pass. The fire burns down to glowing embers. The human, Bella, finally succumbs to her exhaustion, her breathing evening out into the slow, steady rhythm of sleep. I watch her, a strange, unfamiliar ache in my chest. She is so small, utterly vulnerable, and yet she possesses a spirit as unyielding as any Vakak warrior I have ever known. The moon rises high, its silver light filtering through the canopy of leaves, dappling the ground around us. The river whispers its endless song. I must drift, my exhaustion finally claiming a small victory, because the next thing I know, the space beside me is empty. I am on my feet in an instant, my heart a cold stone in my chest. Panic, an emotion I have not felt since the day of my trial, seizes me. Has she been taken? Has a predator crept into our camp while I failed my watch? Suddenly I hear it. A soft splash from the river. I move through the trees like a shadow, my feet silent on the damp earth. I stop at the edge of the woods, hidden behind the thick trunk of a defy tree, and I see her. She is in the river, the water a dark, shimmering silk around her. She has shed her drab, practical clothes and left them in a neat pile on a flat rock. The moonlight bathes her skin in a pale, ethereal glow. She is different from the minotaur females I've known, with their broad shoulders, thick hides, and powerful frames. She's all slender lines and gentle curves, her skin smooth and unblemished, her form delicate, breakable. She dips her head back, her dark hair fanning out in the water around her like a silken halo. A small, contented sigh escapes her lips. In this moment, she is not a slave, not a conspirator, not a complication. She is just a woman, washing away the grime and fear of the past few days, finding a moment of peace in a world that offers none. I should look away. My Vakak honor, what is left of it, screams at me that this is a violation, an intrusion on a private moment. I am her protector, not a voyeur lurking in the shadows. But I cannot move. I am transfixed, caught in the grip of an emotion I cannot name. It is not just lust, though the sight of her, pale and luminous in the moonlight, stirs a primal heat in my blood that I have long thought dead. It is something more. Awe. Awe at her fragility, at her resilience, at the simple, breathtaking beauty of her form. She is everything a minotaur is not. And in that moment, I want her with a ferocity that terrifies me. I am a monster, a disgraced beast of the arena, and she is this quiet, impossible creature of moonlight and water. The chasm between us is as vast and as deep as the sea. To even think of her in this way is a betrayal of my duty to protect her. I finally force myself to turn away, my heart hammering against my ribs, my breath catching in my throat. I stalk back to the dying embers of our fire, my mind a war of honor against instinct, of duty against a dark, consuming desire. I'm trapped, not by our enemies, but by the wilderness, by the night, and by the impossible, terrifying beauty of the human woman bathing in the river.
Chapter 10. Bella. I wake to the chilling embrace of a cold dawn and an even colder silence. The fire is a pile of grey ash. The space beside it, where the massive solid presence of Votoi had been a bulwark against the night, is empty. He's gone. I took a bath last night, and he was still here when I came back. He left me. The thought is a block of ice in my gut. Panic, raw and absolute, claws its way up my throat. My eyes dart around the small clearing, searching the deep shadows of the woods, the misty surface of the river. Nothing. The only sounds are the whisper of the water and the frantic, terrified drumming of my own heart. This isn't the calculated fear of a scribe who has uncovered a conspiracy. This is something else entirely. Something illogical and primal. It's the sharp, aching terror of being utterly, completely alone. I spent the night watching the steady rise and fall of his chest, listening to the low rumble of his breathing, and somewhere in those dark, quiet hours, a dangerous and foolish thing happened. I began to feel safe. I began to trust him, and he left me. A strangled sob escapes my lips, a sound of pure, childish despair. I am a fool to think a blood oath meant anything to a creature of such brutal pride. A fool to think I was anything more than a temporary inconvenience, a means to an end he has now abandoned. Just as the first tears of rage and self-pity begin to burn my eyes, a shadow detaches itself from the trees. Votoy emerges into the clearing, his movements silent, fluid. He carries 2 Suru, their limp bodies dangling from his massive fist. The relief that floods through me is so potent, so overwhelming, it leaves me breathless. It's a tidal wave of emotion that is immediately followed by a hot, furious undertow of anger. How dare he frighten me like this? How dare he make me feel that desperate, aching loss? Where were you? The words fly from my mouth, sharp and accusatory, before I can stop them. He stops, his amber eyes narrowing at my tone. He holds up the Suru, as if the answer is obvious. Hunting. We need to eat. You could have woken me. I snap, scrambling to my feet, my voice trembling with the force of my suppressed panic. You could have said something. I thought. I trail off, unwilling to admit the truth. I thought you had left me to die. A low growl rumbles in his chest. I do not need your permission to hunt, human. I am your protector, not your pet. It is my duty to provide, to scout, to ensure the perimeter is secure. A duty I performed while you slept. His words are logical, practical, and they feel like a slap. He sees this as a transaction, a fulfillment of his contract. He cannot possibly understand the raw human terror of abandonment. I am not a liability to be managed, I say, my voice rising. I am your partner in this. You will not treat me like a piece of cargo to be guarded. You are acting like a frightened child, he snarls, taking a step toward me, his patience clearly gone. And you are acting like an arrogant, honour-bound brute who can't see past his own pride, I retort, taking a defiant step back. It's a mistake. My boot, still damp from the night's dew, slips on a slick, moss-covered rock at the river's edge. My arms windmill for a balance that isn't there. The world tilts, a dizzying swirl of green trees and grey sky, and then I am falling. The icy shock of the river steals the air from my lungs. The current is a greedy, powerful hand, grabbing me, pulling me under, tumbling me over the smooth, slick stones of the riverbed. Panic explodes in my chest. I can't breathe. I can't see. My simple wool dress becomes a leaden shroud, tangling around my legs, dragging me down. Just as my burning lungs are about to betray me, a force of nature slams into the water beside me. An arm like a tree trunk wraps around my waist, arresting my chaotic tumble. Votoy. He is a terrifying, powerful presence in the murky depths, his anger forgotten, replaced by a singular, focused intensity. He pulls me toward the surface, his strength absolute. But as he hauls me through the water, my flailing hand brushes against something that is not the smooth, rounded stone of the riverbed. It is cold, hard, and perfectly flat, with a sharp, 90-degree edge, dressed stone, an archway. My mind, even in its oxygen-starved panic, latches onto it. The tunnel. I fight against his hold, twisting in his grip, trying to point, to communicate. He thinks I'm panicking, that I'm fighting him. His grip tightens, a band of iron around my ribs, and he kicks for the surface with a power that churns the water into a frenzy. We break the surface, and I take a huge, ragged gasp of air, coughing, sputtering. He drags me toward the bank, his expression a mask of grim fury. "The tunnel!" I gasp, shoving against his massive chest with all my might. The move is so unexpected he actually loosens his grip. It's all the chance I need. Before he can stop me, I take a deep breath and dive back under. The cold is a shock all over again, but this time, I have a purpose. I kick for the bottom, my eyes straining in the murky green light. There it is. A dark square opening in the riverbank, almost completely obscured by silt and trailing weeds. A dark, watery moor leading into the blackness of the earth. I don't hesitate. I swim into the opening, into a darkness so complete it feels solid. The water gives way to air, and my feet find a slimy, sloping floor. I can't see a thing. The only sound is the frantic beat of my own heart and the drip of water from the stone ceiling. Seconds later, a huge splash echoes from the entrance, and Votoy is there, his massive form filling the narrow passage, blocking what little light there was. His presence, which should be terrifying in this confined space, is an incredible comfort. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" he growls, his voice a low, echoing rumble in the dark. "I found it," I whisper, my voice trembling with a mixture of cold, fear, and triumphant adrenaline. He moves past me, his hand brushing my arm, and the contact is a jolt of warmth in the frigid dark. A faint, ethereal light begins to glow ahead of us. It's not a natural light. It's a soft, blue-green luminescence, pulsing gently from veins of some strange, glowing moss that cling to the stone walls. The light is just enough to see the tunnel stretching forward, a perfectly carved man-made passage, or rather, a slave-made one. The tunnel is narrow, and I have to walk close behind him. The air is cold, damp, and smells of wet stone and old secrets. A fat, slick rodent skitters across my boot, and I let out a small, involuntary cry, stumbling forward, my hands pressing into the solid wall of Votoy's back. He stops, and I feel the muscles beneath his tunic tense. "Stay close," he grunts, his voice rough. I don't need to be told twice. I walk so close behind him that the fabric of my wet dress brushes against his legs with every step. The faint light from the moss casts strange, dancing shadows on the walls, turning the darkness into a living, breathing thing. Every drip of water sounds like a footstep. My heart is a frantic drum. We walk for what feels like an eternity, the tunnel sloping gently, steadily upward. Then Votoy stops. He points to the wall. Caught in a patch of the glowing moss is a small, crudely carved symbol, an axe, a slave's marker. It points toward a smaller, intersecting passage. "This is it," I breathe, the words a cloud of vapour in the cold air. We follow the new passage. The air grows warmer, drier. The sounds of the river fade, replaced by a low, distant hum that I recognise as the sound of the city. We have found it. We have found the way back into the serpent's den.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 11. Bella. The passage ends not with a door, but with a heavy, iron-banded trapdoor in the ceiling. Votoi tests it, pushing upward with a single, massive hand. It groans, then gives way with a shower of dust and dried dirt. He hoists himself up into the darkness above, then reaches back down for me. His grip is sure, his strength absolute as he lifts me from the tunnel, as if I weigh nothing at all. We are in a cellar. The air is thick, cloying, heavy with the smell of damp earth, rotting potatoes, and the quiet, lingering despair of the slave quarters. This is a place I know. I've been sent down here countless times to fetch root vegetables or barrels of cheap ale. It is the foundation upon which Chiron's opulent house is built, a place of darkness and servitude that the master of the house pretends does not exist. Votoi lets the trapdoor slide back into place with a soft thud, plunging us into near-total blackness. The only light is a sliver from beneath a heavy wooden door at the top of a short flight of stone steps. "Stay behind me." His voice is a low rumble, a vibration I feel more than hear in the oppressive dark. "No," I whisper, my voice sharp. "Here, you stay behind me." I know this place. I know the creaks in the floorboards, the patrol routes of the house guards, the shadows where a person can disappear. You are a bull in a glassmaker's shop. You will get us caught. He is quiet for a moment. I can feel the heat of his indignation, the sting to his Vakak pride. But I can also feel the cold, hard weight of his logic winning out. He is a warrior of the battlefield. I am a survivor of this specific cage. "Lead," he grunts, the single word a massive concession. I move to the steps, my feet finding their familiar places on the worn stone. I press my ear to the door, listening. Nothing but the distant, muffled sounds of a household settling for the night. I lift the latch, the click deafeningly loud in the silence, and slip through the opening. We are in the back passages, the narrow, unadorned corridors used by the staff. The air here is warmer, scented with beeswax and polish, a lie that masks the misery of the cellar below. I move with a speed and confidence that surprises even myself, my body remembering a map my mind doesn't have to consciously consult. We are ghosts in the arteries of the house, staying close to the walls, our movements timed to the distant chiming of the grand clock in the main hall. Votoi follows, a mountain of shadow at my back. For a creature of his size, he is impossibly silent, his heavy footfalls making no more sound than a sigh of wind. His presence is a constant, terrifying and deeply reassuring pressure. Every shadow seems to hold an enemy, every corner promises an ambush, but the solid wall of his body behind me is a shield against the fear. We reach the main corridor that leads to the study. Polished marble gleams under the sconce lights. Portraits of Chiron's ancestors stare down at us with cold, disapproving eyes. This is enemy territory. Open ground. I hold up a hand, and Votoi freezes instantly. I listen, my senses straining. A pair of house guards, their armour creaking, are approaching from the far end of the hall. I pull Votoi into a small alcove, a space designed to hold a decorative urn, and press myself back into the shadows. He crowds in behind me, his body a furnace of heat, his chest a solid wall against my back. The space is so tight I can feel the steady, powerful beat of his heart against my shoulder blades. The scent of him, wood smoke, leather, and something wild and uniquely his own fills my senses, overwhelming the sterile smell of the house. The guards pass, their conversation a low, bored murmur. They do not even glance in our direction. We are just another shadow in a house full of them. When they are gone, we slip from the alcove and continue to the study. The heavy oak doors are closed. I push one open, the hinges silent, well-oiled. The room is exactly as I left it. The ledgers sit on their shelves, silent witnesses to the crime that set my world on fire. The air still smells of my ink, of my presence. It feels like a lifetime ago. What are we looking for? Votoy's whisper is a gust of warm air against my ear, sending a shiver down my spine despite the urgency of our situation. I don't know, I admit, my own voice a strained murmur. Another ledger, a hidden strongbox, a letter, anything that ties Chiron more directly to Malak. The manifest is not enough. We need something that cannot be denied. We begin a frantic, silent search. I go to the desk, my fingers flying across the familiar drawers, checking for false bottoms, hidden compartments. Votoy moves to the massive, ornate bookshelf that covers one wall, his huge hands surprisingly gentle as he runs them along the spines of the books, testing for a hidden release, a hollow space. My fingers find it, a small, almost invisible seam at the back of the bottom drawer. I press, and a section of the wood clicks open, revealing a small hidden compartment. Inside is not a ledger, but a single, rolled piece of parchment, sealed with a dollop of black wax. The seal is not Chiron's Merchant Guild stamp. It is the snarling wolf's head of Captain Vorlag. My heart leaps. This is it. Before I can even pull it from its hiding place, I hear them. Voices, approaching the study, loud and angry. Panic, cold and sharp, seizes me. There is nowhere to run. Votoy is on me in an instant. He grabs my arm, his grip like iron, and pulls me toward the one place in the room that offers any concealment, the heavy floor-to-ceiling tapestry that depicts a historical Minotaur sea battle. He shoves me behind it, pressing me against the cold stone wall, and crowds in behind me, his body a shield, a cage. The doors to the study swing open, slamming against the interior walls. We are inches away, hidden by a thin sheet of woven thread. The girl is still missing. Chiron's voice is a furious bellow, stripped of its usual shrewd calm. Almost a week, and your men have found nothing. If she talks, Vorlag, if she finds her way to the Zukus, we are all dead. Lord Malak is not a patient man, a second voice replies, cold and sharp as a shard of ice. Captain Vorlag. His voice is exactly as I imagined it, cruel, arrogant, and utterly devoid of honour. He is displeased with your inability to control your household assets. I am an asset, a number on a ledger that has become unbalanced. Votoy's body is a wall of heat at my back, his presence overwhelming in the confined space. His hand, massive and calloused, clamps over my mouth, stifling the gasp that threatens to betray us. His touch is not violent, but it is absolute, a silent command to be still, to be silent. I can feel the coiled tension in his muscles, the readiness to explode into violence at any moment. I have men searching every corner of this city, Chiron snarls. The docks, the gates, the Lowtown. She is a human slave. Where could she possibly go? That is your concern, not mine. Vorlag's voice is a dismissive sneer. Lord Malak has authorized a bounty, a generous one. Find the slave, Chiron, and when you do, kill her. No witnesses. Is that clear? The order hangs suspended in the air, a death sentence delivered in a calm, conversational tone. Every fear, every desperate gamble, every moment of terror has led to this. They are not just trying to silence me. They are actively hunting me with the intention of putting me in the ground. My entire body trembles, a violent, uncontrollable tremor. Votoy's hand tightens over my mouth, his other arm wrapping around my waist, pulling me back against his solid chest, holding me steady. His strength is the only thing keeping me upright, the only solid thing in a world that is dissolving into pure, undiluted terror. A floorboard in the hall outside the study groans under a heavy weight. My blood turns icy in my veins. Vorlag goes silent. Chiron lets out a sharp, indrawn breath. Who is out there? Vorlag's voice is a low, dangerous hiss. The footsteps are heavy, armoured. A guard on patrol. He must have heard their raised voices. Captain? The guard's voice is hesitant, respectful. Is everything all right? Everything is fine, Vorlag snaps. Then a pause, a cold, calculating silence that stretches for an eternity. Wait. Did you hear that? My heart stops. Hear what, Captain? A sound. From in here, Vorlag's voice is closer now, right on the other side of the tapestry. Check the room. The guard grunts his assent. Votoy tenses behind me, his entire body coiling like a massive predator about to strike. I can feel the low, guttural growl vibrating through his chest, a sound of pure, murderous intent. The heavy, armoured footsteps stop, right outside the tapestry. A shadow falls over the woven fabric, blocking the faint light from the study. He is so close I can smell the oil on his leather armour. He is going to pull it back. He is going to see us. We are trapped. We are dead.
Chapter 12. Votoy. There is no choice, no honor. There is only the human trembling behind me and the shadow of the guard falling across the tapestry. There is only the cold, clear certainty of her death if I remain hidden. Before the guard's hand can touch the woven threads, I explode from our hiding place. The world erupts into chaos. The guard, his face a pale mask of shock, has no time to even raise his sword before my fist connects with his jaw. The crack of bone is a sharp, satisfying counterpoint to his strangled cry as he crumples to the floor. Treason! Vorlag roars, his blade flashing in the lamplight. I do not have a weapon. I am the weapon. I seize the nearest object, a heavy, ornate oak chair, and hurl it at him. It is not a warrior's move. It is the desperate act of a cornered beast. The chair smashes into Vorlag, sending him crashing backward into a towering bookshelf. Tomes and scrolls rain down around him, a cascade of useless knowledge. Bella! Get back! I roar, my voice a guttural command. She scrambles away as Karen, his face pale with a mixture of terror and fury, draws a long, decorative dagger from his desk. He's a merchant, not a fighter, but a cornered rodent will still bite. He lunges, the blade a silver streak aimed at my gut. I pivot, letting the blow glance off my ribs, the sting of familiar fire. I grab his wrist, twisting until the bone groans in protest. He screams, the dagger clattering to the marble floor. I shove him away, sending him sprawling over his own desk, a pathetic heap of fine silks and cowardice. The room is a whirlwind of violence. Vorlag is back on his feet, his sword a blur of silver. He is Vakok trained, his movements economical and deadly. I am a gladiator, my style brutal, efficient, and forged in the bloody sands of the arena. We circle each other, two bulls in a pen too small for our rage. He thrusts, I evade. I lunge, he parries. He is the better swordsman, I am the stronger beast. But there are others. Two more guards burst into the room, their swords drawn, their eyes wide. I am outnumbered, unarmed, and the only thing standing between them and the human. Bella. My gaze darts to her. She is not cowering. She is not screaming. Her eyes, wide with terror, are scanning the room, her sharp mind searching for a weapon, an opening, an advantage. She finds one. As Vorlag presses his attack, forcing me back, Bella acts. With a desperate cry, she kicks the leg of a heavy iron brazier near the hearth. It topples, sending a shower of glowing red-hot coals scattering across a priceless rug from the southern isles. Smoke, thick and acrid, begins to billow instantly, filling the room with a choking haze. The diversion is the opening I need. While the guards cough and curse, their attention momentarily broken, I charge. I slam into the nearest guard, my horn connecting with his helmet with a deafening clang. He goes down. I wrench the sword from his grip. The weight of the steel in my hand is a homecoming, a piece of my soul returned. "The window!" Bella screams, her voice cutting through the chaos. I turn to see her hefting a heavy, ceramic inkwell. With all her might, she hurls it at the large, leaded glass window that overlooks the gardens. It shatters with a crash of breaking glass and splintering wood, letting the cool, rain-scented night air rush into the smoke-filled room. Our escape. "To me!" I roar, carving a path toward her. Vorlag, his face a twisted mask of fury, intercepts me. Our blades meet in a shower of sparks. He is skilled, but my rage, my desperation, it gives me a strength he cannot match. I drive him back, step by step, my entire being focused on the small, determined figure by the broken window. Chiron, his courage bolstered by his guards, makes another desperate lunge, his target not me, but Bella. I see the movement from the corner of my eye. I roar, and it sounds like pure possessive fury, and abandon my fight with Vorlag. I spin, my new sword a blur, and parry the blow that would have pierced her back. The force of it sends a shockwave up my arm. I do not give him a second chance. I kick out, my heavy boot connecting with his chest. He flies backward, his head hitting the stone hearth with a sickening crack. He does not move again. Alarms are blaring now, a cacophony of bells from all over the estate. Vorlag and the remaining guard are regrouping. There is no more time. I grab Bella's waist, hauling her against my side. "Jump!" We leap through the shattered window, landing in a spray of wet leaves and soft earth in the gardens below. We don't stop. We run. Through the manicured hedges, across the perfect lawns, the sounds of shouting and the baying of hounds echoing behind us. We flee the estate, a whirlwind of desperation and survival, and melt back into the labyrinthine alleys of the Fipakak district as the rain begins to fall in earnest. I find what we need. An abandoned blacksmith's forge, its door hanging off a single hinge, its interior a tomb of cold iron and forgotten fire. I shove her inside and slam the heavy wooden door shut, dropping the thick iron bar into place. The sounds of the hunt, of the city, are silenced. There is only the sound of the rain drumming on the roof, and our own ragged, desperate breaths. We are both wounded, bleeding from a dozen minor cuts. We are soaked to the bone, our clothes plastered to our skin. The small enclosed space is thick with the smells of rain, old smoke, wet wool, and blood. Our blood. The adrenaline from the fight, the terror of the chase, the raw, possessive fury of my protection. It all crashes over me in a single, overwhelming wave. My control, the iron discipline that has been my shield for years, shatters. I turn on her. I stalk toward her until her back is pressed against the cold, unyielding stone of the forge. I cage her in, my hands slamming against the wall on either side of her head. My shadow swallows her. Her eyes are wide, her chest rising and falling in frantic, shallow breaths. The scent of her fear is a heady, intoxicating perfume. "You!" I growl, the word a guttural thing, torn from the very depths of my soul. My voice is thick, with an emotion I no longer recognize as rage. It is something darker, deeper, more possessive. "You're mine to protect." It is not a promise. It is a declaration, a claiming. My head descends and I crush my mouth to hers. The kiss is not gentle. It is a collision, a brutal, desperate claiming. It is all the rage and fear and violence of the past hour, of the past 3 years, distilled into a single, desperate act. I taste the rain on her lips, the fear in her sharp, indrawn breath. For a moment she's frozen, a small, terrified bird in the claws of a predator. Then a small, broken sound escapes her throat, a sob, a moan, and she is kissing me back. Her hands, small and trembling, come up to fist in the wet fabric of my tunic, pulling me closer. Her response is a fire, a fuel, and the last of my restraint burns away to ash. My hands are on her, tearing at the wet, practical clothes that hide her from me. The sound of ripping fabric is a counterpoint to our harsh, ragged breaths. I need to see her. I need to feel her. I push her back against the wall, my mouth never leaving hers, and my hands find the soft, pale skin of her stomach, her waist, her hips. She is small, so fragile beneath my hands. A wave of something akin to fear washes over me. I'm a monster of muscle and bone. I will break her. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 13. Bella. The world comes back into focus slowly, piece by painful piece. The rough texture of the stone wall against my back, the dull, aching soreness between my legs, a deep, pleasant throb that is a stark reminder of the wildness that just consumed us. The heavy, comforting weight of Votoy's body still partially covering mine. The scent of him, of sweat and rain and blood, and something primal and possessive that is now inextricably linked to my own scent. In the quiet, smoky aftermath, the terror and adrenaline have receded, leaving behind a raw, trembling vulnerability. What we just did was not gentle. It was not tender. It was a desperate, brutal collision of two souls pushed to the very brink, a claiming made in the language of violence and need. And it was the most honest thing I have ever experienced. He pulls back, his movements slow, his amber eyes searching my face in the dim light, filtering through the forge's grimy window. I expect to see contempt, or perhaps regret. I see neither. What I see is a raw, unguarded intensity, a possessiveness that is as terrifying as it is reassuring. He made me a promise with his body, a vow of protection that goes deeper than any blood oath. My mind, the ever-present scribe, begins to reassert itself, sorting through the chaos, filing away the sensations, the emotions. And with that clarity comes a jolt of memory, a split-second action I had taken in the eye of the storm. The documents, I whisper, my voice hoarse. Votoy's brow furrows. What? In the study. When you were fighting, I grabbed them. I push myself away from the wall, my muscles protesting. Tucked into the waistband of my torn dress, soaked through but still legible, is a thick bundle of parchment. The shipping manifests. In the blur of smoke and shattering glass, while Votoy was a whirlwind of righteous fury, my instincts had taken over. Chiron and Vorlag had been arguing about a shipment. These had been on the desk. My scribe's hands, trained to acquire and protect information, had acted without conscious thought. I had snatched them just before I threw the inkwell. Votoy's eyes widen with something I recognise as grudging admiration. He takes the damp bundle from my hands, his touch surprisingly gentle. The human thinks like a Vakak strategist. You find your weapon in the heart of the battle. We move to the centre of the forge, laying the damp pages out on the dusty, anvil-scarred floor. The rain has smeared some of the ink, but the script is still clear. There are more than I realised. Not one manifest, but 5. I cannot read this script, he says, the words a low rumble of frustration. He kneels beside me, a mountain of contained power, his gaze fixed on me, waiting. The dynamic is set. He is the sword, and I am the mind that wields it. I pick up the first page. It's the one I recognize, the one authorizing the delivery of festival supplies on the vessel Sea Serpent to be unloaded in 2 days, signed by Malak. But the others, they are different. They are for 4 other ships, sailing from different ports, one from the arid plains of Toulouse, another from the Yakaris Isles. All are scheduled to arrive on the exact same day as the Sea Serpent. There are more. I breathe, my heart beginning a slow, heavy drum. 5 ships in total, all arriving on the same day, all carrying festival supplies. A festival does not require 5 shiploads of supplies, Votoy growls, his instincts sensing the deception his eyes cannot read. What is the cargo? I scan the descriptions. They are intentionally vague. Ceremonial silks, spiced meats and wines, fireworks and banners. It could be legitimate, but the sheer volume, it's enough for a celebration 5 times the size of the rite of the Lady of Light. Then I see it. On the manifest from Toulouse, a place known for its Nephtherium mines and alchemical workshops, not its silks, there is a small, almost invisible annotation in the margin. A series of numbers and letters. It's a guild code, one I recognize from Chiron's more secretive ledgers. It's the code for volatile alchemical components, the kind used in weapons. My blood runs cold. Votoy, this isn't silk and wine, it's alchemy, the kind used in dark elf firebombs. The words are a horrified whisper, the ultimate taboo. To bring such weapons to Milthar is a crime worse than treason. I frantically unroll the last document, the one I found in Chiron's secret compartment, the one sealed with Vorlag's wolf's head crest. It is not a manifest. It is a map. A detailed schematic of the Grand Plaza in front of the Senate House, where the festival takes place. There are 5 points marked with a black X. The main entrance, the rostrum where the Zuzvak and the High Senate will be seated, the 2 main thoroughfares, the roof of the adjacent temple of the Lady of Light. And next to each X is the name of one of the 5 ships. The full, horrifying scope of Malak's plan crashes down on me. The air is stolen from my lungs. This was never just an assassination. An assassination is a blade in the dark. This is a massacre, a public, brutal slaughter. He intends to use the festival as a trap, to detonate these weapons at key points, to wipe out not just the king, but the entire Zukuz, every Vakak and Zotkak of influence, in a single fiery stroke. He doesn't want to seize power. He wants to incinerate it and build his own empire from the ashes. Bella? Votoy's voice becomes a low growl of concern, sensing my distress. What is it? What have you found? He's going to kill them all, I whisper, my voice trembling, my finger tracing the horrifying map. Everyone, the king, the Senate. He's going to burn the city to the ground. Votoy's entire body goes rigid, a low, guttural snarl of pure, unadulterated rage ripping from his chest. The sound is terrifying, the sound of a beast pushed past its breaking point. But even as the horror of it settles over us, a new chilling thought pierces through the fog of my terror. The festival, I say, my mind racing. It's the key. The attack is planned for the festival. Yes, Votoy growls, his eyes blazing. In 2 days. No, I say, looking up at him, the final terrible piece of the puzzle clicking into place. No, it isn't. Lyra. She said the king is ill, publicly ill. There are notices posted in the market squares. I saw one when we were fleeing Chiron's. My blood becomes ice. They've postponed the festival. Officially, it's out of respect for the Zuzvak's health. The fire in Votoy's eyes dims, replaced by a cold, dawning horror that mirrors my own. The weapons are arriving in 2 days. The timetable for the delivery is set. But the timetable for the attack, it's gone. Malak will wait. He will wait until the king is at his weakest, until the city is distracted, and then he will announce the new date for the festival. It could be in a week. It could be in 2. We have no way of knowing.
Chapter 14. Votoi. The horrifying truth of the manifest settles over us in the cold, smoky air of the forge. A massacre. Malak does not intend to simply cut the head off the serpent. He means to burn the entire nest. The Zusvak, the Zukus, every Vakak and Zotkak of note, all consumed in a storm of forbidden alchemical fire. It is a plan of such breathtaking dishonor, of such utter contempt for our people and our traditions, that it leaves me reeling. And we are the only ones who know. 2 fugitives, a disgraced gladiator and a human slave, stand between the kingdom and annihilation. The weight of it is a physical pressure, a crushing force that threatens to extinguish the small, flickering flame of our hope. The postponed festival buys us time, Bella says, voice a low, steady thing that cuts through the roaring chaos in my mind. She is already thinking, analyzing, her mind a sharp, precise weapon against the encroaching darkness. But it also makes our task 100 times harder. The weapons will be smuggled in, hidden, and we will have no idea when the strike will come. She is right. We are fighting a shadow, an enemy whose final move is now a mystery. We cannot stop the shipments. 5 ships, 5 different entry points. It is an impossible task for 2 people. We cannot warn the king. We would be cut down by Malak's guards before we ever reached the palace gates. For a moment, I am back in the arena, outnumbered, unarmed. The chaos of the crowd is a deafening wave of condemnation. The feeling is the same. Hopelessness. The cold, bitter certainty of defeat. But I'm not the same Minotaur I was in the arena. I'm not the same beast I was even yesterday. I look at Bella, at the fierce, unyielding intelligence in her eyes, at the smudge of soot on her cheek, at the quiet, unshakable courage that radiates from her small frame. She did not break in Karen's study. She did not break in the face of my rage. She will not break now. And neither will I. We cannot do this alone, I say. Words, a confession, a surrender of the solitary pride that has been my only companion for so long. To ask for help is a weakness I have never allowed myself, but to refuse it now, to let my pride condemn the kingdom, that is the greater dishonor. I need an army, and I know the only place to find one. I send the message the only way I can. A small, fleet-footed Fiepakak street urchin, his face all sharp angles and hungry eyes, is willing to be a messenger for the price of a single gold coin from Bella's satchel. The message is not written. It is a simple spoken phrase, one that will mean nothing to anyone but its intended recipient. The bitter draught has grown stale. It is time to tap a new barrel. We wait. We wait as the sun sets, as the forge grows cold, as the sounds of the city shift from the clamor of commerce to the drunken revelry of the night. Every footstep in the alley outside is a potential threat, every shout a possible alarm. Bella eventually succumbs to an exhausted, fitful sleep, her head resting on a pile of discarded leather aprons. I do not sleep. I watch. I listen. I wait. Hours later, a soft, rhythmic knock comes at the forge door. 3 taps, a pause, then 2 more. The signal. I move to the door, my hand resting on the hilt of the sword I took from Karen's guard. I slide the heavy bar and open the door a crack. Lyra stands in the rain-slicked alley, her scarred face impassive, a heavy cloak hiding her form. "The barrel is tapped," she says, voice a low murmur. "The patrons are thirsty." I give a single sharp nod and follow her into the night, Bella a silent shadow at my back. The back room of the bitter draught smells of stale ale, unwashed bodies, and a deep, abiding hopelessness. It is a small, windowless space, lit by a single, sputtering oil lamp that casts long, dancing shadows on the rough-hewn wooden walls. The men gathered here are the dregs of our society, the broken and the forgotten, the very men the kingdom has cast aside. Grok, The old Fipakak hunter who aided us in the woods stands by the hearth, his arms crossed over his broad chest, his expression grim. With him are the 5 other hunters, their faces weathered and hard, their eyes holding the quiet, watchful patience of men who live their lives on the edge of a blade. In the other corner, slumped around a crude wooden table, are the gladiators. There are 10 of them, massive, scarred beasts of the arena, their bodies a testament to 100 brutal battles. I know them all. There is Kor, a bull of a minotaur who lost an eye but not his ferocity. There is Hakar, a former Vakek like myself, disgraced for a lesser crime, his spirit now drowned in ale. And there is Zorn, a freedman who fought his way out of the arena, only to find the world outside was just a larger, colder cage. They are the men I bled with, the men I fought beside and against. They are the men I freed with my winnings in my early days, a foolish act of a noble trying to cling to his honor in a place that had none. They owe me their lives, a debt they have been repaying with cynical, drunken loyalty. They all look at me, their expressions a mixture of curiosity, pity, and a deep, abiding weariness. Then their eyes shift to Bella, and the mood curdles. Suspicion, contempt. A human, a woman, here in their last refuge. You asked us to come, Saru, Grak says, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that cuts through the tense silence. So we have come. Now speak. Why have you dragged us from our beds and our cups? I step into the center of the room, the flickering lamplight casting my shadow large and monstrous on the walls around me. I am one of them, a disgraced warrior, a broken thing. I cannot command them as a Vakak lord. I must appeal to them as an equal. I have not come to ask for your loyalty to the Zusvak, I begin, my voice a low, steady thing. I have not come to ask you to fight for the Zukus, or for the Vakak lords who look down on you as dirt beneath their boots. The kingdom has forgotten you. It has cast you out, left you to rot in the arena, or scrape a living from the mud. I know this, because it has done the same to me. A murmur runs through the room. Hakar, the drunken ex-Vakak, lets out a short, bitter laugh. So what is this, then? A pity party for the fallen? This, I say, my voice rising, gaining a hard, sharp edge, is about honor. Another bitter laugh from Hakar. Honor? Look around you, Saru. There is no honor in this room. It was beaten out of us, bled out of us, and sold for the price of a ticket. No, I counter, my gaze sweeping over each of them, meeting their cynical, broken eyes. The honor they took from us was a title, a name, a piece of armor. It was a thing they gave and a thing they could take away. It was a lie. True honor is not given. It is forged. It is forged in the dirt, in the blood, in the desperation of a fight you know you cannot win. It is the loyalty you show to the man fighting at your side. It is the courage to stand when every instinct tells you to run. It is the thing you earn for yourself, and it is the one thing they can never take from you. The room is silent now. The only sound is the hiss of the oil lamp. There is a serpent in the heart of this city, I continue, my voice a low, dangerous growl. A Vakak lord who wears his honor like a fine cloak to hide the treason in his heart. His name is Malak. He's planning to burn the kingdom to the ground, to murder the king and the entire Senate so that he may rule over the ashes. He uses his title, his given honor, as a shield for his corruption. I gesture to Bella, who stands by the door, her small frame rigid, her expression fierce. This human, this slave, she has more honor in her heart than Malak has in his entire bloodline. She risked her life not for a title, not for coin, but because it was the right thing to do. Her courage. It reminded me of what it truly means to be Vakak. Grak, the old hunter, takes a step forward, his gaze hard. These are heavy words, Saru. You ask us to go to war against a high lord of the Zukus. You ask us to die for a kingdom that would not spit on us if we were on fire. I do not require you to die for the kingdom, I say, my voice dropping, becoming a raw, personal plea. I need you to fight for the honor you forge for yourselves. I ask you to stand against a man who represents the very corruption that cast you out. I request that you to fight for the soul of Miltar, the one that exists not in the marble halls of the Senate, but here, in the hearts of its forgotten sons. The silence following is absolute. The weight of my request hangs, a tangible thing. I have offered them nothing but a chance to die, for a cause they have no reason to believe in. I have offered them nothing but my own broken honor as a banner. The grizzled leader of the hunters, Grak, steps forward. His gaze moves from me to Bella, his eyes lingering on her for a long, assessing moment. He sees not a weak human, but the source of this fire, this impossible hope. He sees the truth of my words reflected in her defiant stance. He turns back to me and a slow, grim smile spreads across his weathered face. He gives a single, sharp nod. For you, Saru, he says in a gravelly voice, the name a restoration, a benediction. We fight.
Chapter 15. Bella. Tomorrow we go to war. The thought is a cold, hard stone in my gut. Tomorrow we will take our tiny, cobbled-together army of forgotten souls and throw them against the might of a Vakak lord. We will likely die. But tonight, in the quiet, smoky confines of the abandoned forge, there is a strange and fragile peace. The rain has stopped. The city outside is a distant murmur. A small fire crackles in the hearth, a defiant spark of warmth against the cold iron and stone. Votoi sits across from me, the firelight dancing on the planes of his face, turning his scars into a map of shadows. He has been cleaning the sword he took from Chiron's guard, his movements slow, methodical, hypnotic. We have not spoken of what happened between us after the fight. The raw, desperate claiming against the wall. It lingers in the air, an unspoken truth, a territory we are both too afraid to explore. The memory of it sends a shiver of heat through me, a deep, aching throb between my legs. We should eat, I say, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet. It's a mundane, practical thing to say when death is waiting for us at dawn, but it's all I have. He gives a slow, deliberate nod and sets the sword aside. I divide the last of the bread and cheese Lyra brought us. We eat in silence, the only sound the crackle of the fire and the soft chew of bread. The silence is different now. It's not the angry, resentful quiet of our first few days together. It's a shared space, heavy with unspoken thoughts, with the weight of what is to come. Before I was a slave, I say, the words tumbling out of me before I can stop them, I lived in a small settlement on the coast of Tlaus. My father was a scholar. He taught me to read, to love the weight of a book in my hands. Votoi stops chewing, his amber eyes fixed on me, listening. Our house was small, I continue, a phantom ache in my chest for a life that feels like it belonged to someone else. But it was filled with scrolls and parchments. I didn't have toys. I had stories of ancient heroes, of faraway lands. I thought the world was as orderly as the words on a page. A short, bitter laugh escapes me. I was a fool. It is not foolish to believe in order, he says, voice a deep rumble. It is the foundation of honor. There was no honor in the raid that took my family, I whisper, the memory a sharp, sudden pain. Just fire and screaming and the butt of a slaver's rifle against my temple. My fingers drift to the small, faint scar he cannot see in the dim light. I have not spoken of this to anyone, and I have not spoken of my home, he counters, his gaze dropping to the fire. Not since I lost the right to bear its name. He's silent for a long moment, and I think that is all he will say. But then he speaks again, his voice softer than I have ever heard it. The Saru estate is on the western coast of the island. It is built into the cliffs, a fortress of white stone that has withstood 1,000 years of storms. From my window, I could see nothing but the endless expanse of the sea, the sound of the waves. It was the first sound I heard when I was born, and the sound I thought I would hear when I died. I can see it. I can see him, a young, proud Vakak, his horn unblemished, his heart full of the honour of his name, standing at a window and looking out at a future that was as vast and as limitless as the ocean. The image is so clear, so painful, it makes my own loss feel sharper. We are two ghosts, haunted by the lives we were supposed to have. We will get it back for you, I say as a fierce, impossible promise. Your name, your home. He looks at me then, and the distance between us collapses. The air grows thick, heavy with a profound, aching vulnerability. The firelight catches the moisture in his eyes, and I realise with a jolt that he is not just a monster, not just a warrior. He is a man who has lost everything. Bella, he says, my name a rough, beautiful sound on his tongue. He reaches across the small space between us, his massive, calloused hand cupping my cheek. His touch is not possessive, not demanding. It is impossibly, heartbreakingly gentle. A thumb strokes the line of my jaw, sending a shower of sparks down my spine. This is more dangerous than any assassin's blade, this quiet, tender intimacy. It is the promise of a future we will likely never see, and I want it. Gods, how I want it. I lean into his touch, my eyes fluttering shut. My hand comes up to cover his, holding him to me. The rough texture of his skin, the sheer size of him, it is no longer a source of fear. It is a source of comfort, of safety. He rises, pulling me to my feet with him. He leads me to the pile of soft leather aprons that has become our bed. He kneels, pulling me down with him, his gaze never leaving mine. Last time, he begins, his voice a low, guttural thing, was about survival, about rage. I know, I whisper. Tonight, he says, his hand coming up to trace the line of my lips, is not about that. He kisses me, and this kiss is nothing like the brutal, claiming collision against the wall. It is a slow, deliberate exploration, a question and an answer all in one. It is a taste of wood smoke and sorrow and a desperate, fragile hope. My hands are in his hair, which is surprisingly soft, thick and coarse like a horse's mane. My fingers trace the elegant, deadly curve of his horns, the unbroken one smooth and cool, the splintered one a landscape of jagged edges. He is magnificent, a creature of myth and legend, and he is here, with me, his mouth a gentle, devastating fire on mine. The kisses deepen, becoming more urgent, more hungry. He groans, a low, guttural sound of pure, undiluted need, and pushes me back onto the soft leather, his massive body covering mine, a mountain of heat and muscle. I need to feel you, Bella. He rasps against my skin, his lips trailing a path of fire down my throat, across my collarbone. All of you. We come down from the high together, a tangle of sweat-slicked limbs and ragged breaths. He doesn't pull out of me. He stays buried deep inside, his heavy, comforting weight pinning me to the soft leather. He rolls onto his side, taking me with him, his arms a cage of warmth and safety around me. We lie in silence for a long time, the only sound the crackle of the dying fire and the steady, reassuring beat of his heart against my ear. The fear, the desperation, it's all gone, replaced by a deep, profound sense of peace, of belonging. Bella, he murmurs against my hair, his voice a low, rough thing. I'm here, I whisper. He is quiet for a moment, and I can feel the gravity of his unspoken words. When this is over, he says, voice a solemn vow that echoes in the quiet of the forge. I will take you to the sea. I will show you my home. It is not a declaration of love. It is something more. It is a promise of a future that, in the heart of this cold, dark forge, I finally, desperately allow myself to believe in.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 16. Votoi. The pre-dawn air is cold and heavy with the salt spray of the sea. A thick, wet fog clings to the western docks, a shroud of gray that muffles sound and turns the towering cranes and stacks of crates into monstrous slumbering beasts. It is a perfect cloak for an ambush. I crouch on the roof of a fishmonger's warehouse, the rough tiles digging into my knees. Below me, my small, desperate army moves into position. The hunters, led by Grak, melt into the shadows of the alleyways, their movements as silent and fluid as the fog itself. The gladiators, my brothers in disgrace, find cover behind stacks of barrels and coiled ropes, their scarred bodies coiled springs of barely contained violence. They are a collection of broken things, of forgotten souls. But as I watch them, a flicker of something I thought long dead stirs in my chest. Pride. They have placed their lives in my hands, not because of a title or a bloodline, but because they believe in the honor I spoke of. They believe in me. Bella is hidden in a small alcove on the warehouse roof across from me, a position I chose for her myself. It offers a clear view of the docks, but is far enough from the expected fighting to keep her safe. Kor, the one-eyed gladiator whose life I once saved in the arena, is with her, his massive form a silent, unmoving sentinel. My gaze finds her, a small, cloaked figure in the gloom. Even from this distance I can feel the fierce, unyielding intensity of her spirit. She is the heart of this rebellion. She is the reason I fight. The promise I made to her in the forge, the taste of her on my lips, the feel of her small, perfect body shattering in my arms. It is a fire in my blood, a warmth against the cold certainty of the coming battle. For the first time in years, I'm not only fighting for vengeance, I am fighting for a future. A low, mournful horn blast echoes across the water, cutting through the fog. The sea serpent, she is here. My hand tightens on the hilt of my sword. I give the signal, a low whistle that mimics the cry of a night bird. Below me, my men tense, their weapons ready. The tension is a physical thing, a wire pulled taut, humming with the promise of violence. The ship, a dark, hulking shadow, glides toward the pier. Its sails are furled, its movements unnervingly silent. There are no sailors calling out, no lamps lit on its deck. A cold knot of unease tightens in my gut. Something is wrong. The gangplank is lowered with a dull thud. The cargo hold opens. I expect to see thugs, hired mercenaries struggling with heavy crates of festival supplies. Instead, the first figures to emerge are soldiers. They move with a crisp, disciplined efficiency, their black armor gleaming even in the dim light, the snarling wolf's head of Vorlag's personal guard emblazoned on their shields. They are not thugs. They are a legion. They form a perfect, impenetrable shield wall at the base of the gangplank, their spears held at the ready. Dozens of them. More pour from the ship, archers taking up positions on the deck, their bows drawn. And then he appears. Captain Vorlag himself, stepping onto the pier, his cruel face twisted into a triumphant sneer. He scans the silent, fog-shrouded docks, his eyes seeming to pierce the very shadows where my men are hidden. It is not a shipment. It is an army. It is not a smuggling operation. It is an execution. It is a trap. The blood in my veins turns to ice. Who could have warned them? Only a handful of us knew the plan. Lyra, Grak, the gladiators. One of them betrayed us. The thought is a shard of glass in my soul, a pain sharper than any blade. Now! Vorlog roars, his voice echoing across the docks. The world explodes. From the rooftops, from the alleyways, from behind the crates, a hail of crossbow bolts rains down on my men's positions. The air is filled with the thrum of bowstrings and the sickening thud of bolts finding flesh. Cries of pain and surprise erupt from the shadows. The hunters, my proud loyal hunters, are cut down before they can even raise their spears. Charge! I roar, my voice a guttural sound of pure, unadulterated fury. There's no more strategy. There is no more hope of victory. There is only the battle, only the blood. I leap from the roof, landing on the cobblestones with a ground-shaking impact. I'm a whirlwind of destruction, my sword a blur of silver, my rage a cleansing fire. I carve a path through the shield wall, the sounds of my men, my brothers, dying behind me, a torment in my ears. The gladiators charge from their cover, their battle cries the desperate, hopeless roars of cornered beasts. They are magnificent. They are born for this, for the blood and the chaos. Zorn the freedman fights at my side, his massive axe a blur of motion, his face one of grim determination. We are a two-man army, a force of nature, but we are hopelessly outnumbered. For every one of Vorlag's men we cut down, two more take his place. The docks become a slaughterhouse, the cobblestones slick with the blood of my followers. I see Kor on the rooftop, shielding Bella with his own body as crossbow bolts shatter the tiles around them. I see Grak, the old hunter, emerge from an alley, his spear in hand, his face a hard mask of grim resolve. He sees an archer on the deck of the ship taking aim, not at me, but at the rooftop where Bella is hidden. No! Grak roars. He does not hesitate. He throws himself into the open, a perfect, desperate target. The crossbow fires. The bolt takes him in the chest, lifting him off his feet, his spear clattering to the ground. He looks at me, his eyes wide with a final, silent apology before he collapses. A scream of pure animalistic rage rips from my throat. I abandon all pretense of defense. I'm no longer a warrior. I am an executioner. I fight my way toward the gangplank, my only thought to kill Vorlag, to tear the sneer from his face with my bare hands. Zorn is at my side, his axe a whirlwind. "They are too many, my lord," he cries, his voice strained. "We cannot win." "Then we will die with honor," I roar back, my sword cleaving a soldier's helmet in two. A spearman lunges at me from my blind side. Zorn shoves me out of the way, taking the blow himself. The spearhead punches through his leather armor and he lets out a sharp, surprised grunt. He looks down at the shaft protruding from his gut, then back at me, a sad, knowing smile on his lips. "It was an honor to fight beside you again, brother," he whispers before he collapses at my feet. The world goes red. I am no longer Votoi Saru. I am a beast of the arena, a creature of pure, undiluted rage. I lose myself in the red mist of battle, my sword a living extension of my will, my body a vessel for a grief and a fury so profound it threatens to burn me alive from the inside out. I am vaguely aware of Bella screaming my name from the rooftop, her voice a desperate, terrified plea. I am aware of Kor, pulling her back, away from the edge. I am aware of the city watch bells beginning to clang in the distance, a death knell for our failed rebellion. We are not just defeated, we are massacred, annihilated, and we were betrayed by one of our own, by someone I trusted. The thought is a cold, hard stone in the pit of my stomach, a poison more potent than any blade.
Chapter 17. Bella. From my perch on the warehouse roof, the world dissolves into a nightmare of fog, blood, and the screams of dying men. One moment, our plan is a perfect whispered thing, a fragile hope held in the pre-dawn gloom. The next, it is a slaughterhouse. Crossbow bolts thrum through the air, dark, vicious hornets that find their mark in the shadows below. I see the hunters, the proud, quiet men who guided us through the woods, fall without a sound. I see the gladiators, the broken, forgotten souls who answered Votoy's call, charge into a wall of black armoured steel, their battle cries turning into gurgles of death. My mind, the analytical, orderly thing I have always relied on, shatters. There are no numbers to balance here, no patterns to discern. There is only chaos, only the brutal, horrifying calculus of death. "Stay down!" Kor's voice is a low growl beside me. His massive, one-eyed form is a shield, his body absorbing the splintering impact of a crossbow bolt that shatters the roof tile where my head was a moment before. But I can't stay down. My eyes are fixed on the whirlwind of destruction at the centre of the battle. Votoy. He is no longer a strategist, no longer a leader. He is a force of nature, a beast of pure, undiluted rage. The red mist of the arena is upon him. He moves with a terrifying, mindless grace, his sword a blur of silver, his roars of fury a sound that tears at the very fabric of the morning. He is not fighting to win. He is fighting to kill. He is fighting to die. And I see it then. The horrifying truth. He is lost. The man who spoke of his home by the sea, the one who held me in the forge as if I were something precious, is gone. In his place is the monster from the gladiator's pit, a creature who will fight until he is overwhelmed, until a dozen swords find their way into his heart. He will die here, on these bloody cobblestones, and my last, desperate hope will die with him. "No," I whisper, the word a raw, broken thing. I scramble to the edge of the roof, ignoring Kor's warning growl. The battle rages below, a maelstrom of violence. Votoy is a demigod of death, but he is bleeding, a dozen small cuts weeping crimson onto his dark fur. He is slowing. He is tiring. "Votoy!" I scream, my voice thin and useless against the clang of steel and the cries of the dying. He doesn't hear me. He can't hear me. He is lost in the storm of his own grief and rage. I need to reach him. I need to pull him back from the brink. What did he promise me? What did I make him promise me? Not vengeance, not victory, a future. "Votoy!" I scream again, my voice raw, tearing from my throat with all the force of my desperate, terrified soul. "You promised me! You promised!" The words, a raw, desperate prayer, cut through the din of battle. For a single, impossible moment, he falters. His head snaps up, his wild, blood-flecked gaze finding mine across the chaos. The red mist in his eyes recedes, replaced by a flicker of shocked recognition. He sees me, not as a liability to be protected, but as a promise to be kept. That single moment of hesitation is almost his last. A soldier langers, his spear aimed at Votoy's exposed back. "Behind you!" I shriek. Votoy spins, his sword coming up to parry the blow with a deafening clang. The spell is broken, the beast is gone, and the warrior is back, his eyes cold, clear, and focused. He dispatches the soldier with a brutal efficiency, then his gaze finds mine again. His expression is a mask of grim resolve. His only goal now is me. He begins to carve a path in my direction, a relentless, unstoppable force. "Get her down from there, Kor," he roars, his voice a commander's edict that cuts through the chaos. "Then scatter!" Survive. Kor doesn't hesitate. He grabs a thick rope from a nearby crane pulley. "Hold on, little scribe," he grunts, looping it around my waist. He lowers me over the side of the warehouse, my feet scrambling for purchase against the rough stone. The last I see of him, he is cutting the rope and disappearing back into the chaos on the roof, drawing fire away from our escape. I land in a shadowed alley just as Votoy fights his way to its entrance, his sword a blur of controlled, deadly motion. He grabs my arm, his grip a band of iron, and pulls me with him. "The sewers," he grunts. "It is the only way." We plunge back into the city's underbelly, the sounds of the battle and the approaching clang of the city watch bells fading behind us. We are no longer heroes trying to stop a conspiracy. By today, we are fugitives, rebels, terrorists. The narrative is already written, and we are the villains. We run through the labyrinthine tunnels, the stench of filth and decay a familiar perfume. Votoy is bleeding more freely now, leaving a faint dark trail on the slimy stones. He is favouring his left leg. He is wounded, more seriously than he will admit. We finally emerge into a different part of the city, a place of crumbling stone and leaning monuments. The old burial grounds, a city of the dead. It is a fitting sanctuary for our dead hopes. Votoy finds what he is looking for, a small, forgotten crypt, its stone door half off its rusted hinges, the name on the lintel worn away by centuries of rain and neglect. He shoves the heavy door aside and ushers me into the cold, absolute darkness within. He collapses against the wall, his breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. The only sound in the tomb is the drip of water and the harsh, shuddering sound of our breathing. We are alive, we are safe, and we have failed. Utterly. Grak is dead, Zorn is dead, the hunters, the gladiators. I saw so many fall, and for nothing. The weight of it, the sheer crushing weight of our defeat, is a physical presence in the small, cold space. The intimacy we shared in the forge, the fragile promise of a future, it all feels like a cruel, impossible dream. There is no future. There is only this tomb, this failure. I slide down the wall, my body trembling with a grief so profound it has no voice. I wrap my arms around my knees, a small, broken thing in a vast, uncaring darkness. Hours pass, or maybe it is minutes. Time has no meaning in the dark. No one speaks, not Votoy, not me. Suddenly, a sound. The slow, grinding scrape of the stone door. I scramble to my feet, my hand flying to the hilt of my dagger. Votoy is instantly alert, his massive form a wall of defiance in the gloom, his sword held at the ready. A figure appears in the doorway, silhouetted against the grey light of the dying day. "By the lady's light, I thought I'd never find you," a familiar voice says, rough with concern. "Lyra." She steps into the crypt, a water skin and a small bundle of cloth in her hands. Her scarred face is a mask of relief and worry. She looks from my pale, tear-streaked face to Votoy's bloody, exhausted form, and her expression hardens with a grim sympathy. "I heard," she says in a low, horrified whisper. "The whole city is in an uproar. They are calling you rebels, traitors. Malak has the city in his grip." She steps forward, her gaze fixed on Votoy. "You are not the only ones who made it out. Kor is alive, a few of the others too. They are ghosts, hiding in the deepest shadows of the city, but they are alive." A tiny, fragile flicker of relief sparks in my chest. Not everyone. We didn't lose everyone. Lyra's gaze softens. "I came as soon as I could. You are safe here. No one will think to look for you among the dead. She is our saviour, our only remaining friend in a city that now hunts us like animals. The relief is so potent, so overwhelming, it almost brings me to my knees. We are not entirely alone." Chapter 18. Bella. Days pass in the cold, damp silence of the crypt. Time loses its meaning, marked only by Lyra's furtive visits. She brings water, stale bread, and grim news that tastes like ash in my mouth. Wanted posters with a crude sketch of my face and a terrifyingly accurate depiction of Votoy's are plastered on every corner of the city. We are no longer fugitives. We are the faces of rebellion, the architects of the Dockside massacre. Malik's narrative is swift, brutal, and effective. The intimacy we forged in the fire and heat of the forge is another casualty of that bloody dawn. It's gone, incinerated by our failure. The space between Votoy and me is a vast, silent chasm, filled with the ghosts of the men who died for our hopeless cause. We do not speak of it. We do not speak of anything. We are two wounded animals, sharing a cage, each lost in our own private agony. He spends his hours staring at the stone door, his jaw set, his amber eyes clouded with a grief so profound it is a physical presence in the tomb. I spend my time staring at the evidence we managed to save, the parchments a flimsy testament to a truth no one will ever hear. We have no right to comfort, no right to the fragile connection we built. Not when Grak and Zorn and the others lie cold in the city morgue, their honour stained by our failure. On the third night, Lyra arrives later than usual. Her face is pale, her movements frantic. She carries a small lantern, and the sudden flickering light is a violation of the gloom we have become accustomed to. They're sweeping the Fipakak district, she murmurs, her voice a raw, urgent thing. House by house. Vorlag's men. They are looking for you, for anyone who helped you. Votoy is on his feet in an instant, his massive form a wall of contained violence. Are you safe? Were you followed? I am careful, she snaps, but there is a tremor in her hand as she sets the lantern on a stone sarcophagus. But this cannot last, Votoy. You cannot stay here forever. You are trapped, a beast in a hole. This is a repeat of the past. I retreat into the deepest shadows of the crypt, making myself small, invisible. This is not my conversation. This is something older, something I have absolutely no right to witness. I know. His voice is a low, guttural rumble of frustration. What is your plan? Lyra demands, her voice rising, cracking with a desperate, furious energy. Do you have one? Or are you just going to wait for them to find you? To find us? She takes a step closer to him, her scarred face a mask of raw, pleading anguish. Let me help you. Truly, help you. Send her away. My blood turns to ice. What? Votoy's voice is a low warning. The human. Lyra's voice is a venomous hiss. She is a liability. A weakness. Every guard in the city is looking for her face. As long as she is with you, you are a target. Send her away. Let me hide her somewhere, and then you and I, we can find the other survivors. We can regroup. We can fight, like we used to. The silence that follows is deafening. I can feel the heavy weight of her words, the terrible, irrefutable logic of them. She is right. I am the reason they were on that rooftop. I am the reason Grak is dead. I am a chain around Votoy's neck, dragging him down into the abyss. No, Votoy says, the single word a stone wall. No? Lyra's voice breaks, a sound of pure, unadulterated heartbreak. After everything, after all this time, you choose her, a human slave you have known for a short while. Her voice drops, becoming a raw, intimate whisper that tears at something deep inside me. I warmed your bed for years, Votoy. When the Zukus spat on your name, when your Vakak brothers turned their backs, I was the one who was here, in the dirt with you. I was the one who soothed the nightmares. And you throw it all away for her? Come on, we're just the same. We're around to warm your bed. The world tilts. The cold stone floor seems to fall away beneath me. I warmed your bed for years. The words are a physical pain, a dagger of ice that slides between my ribs and pierces my heart. The tenderness in the forge, his promise of the sea, the way he looked at me as if I were something precious. It was all a lie, a comfort, a moment of weakness after a battle, sought in the arms of the nearest willing female. And I, the naive, foolish human slave, had mistaken it for something real. What was between us was a comfort, Lyra, Votoy says, and his voice, though not unkind, is stripped of all warmth. It is the voice of a judge delivering a sentence. Nothing more. A comfort, she chokes out, a sound of pure, strangled agony. You call years of my life a comfort? You knew what it was, he says, his voice sounding grim. We were two broken people, finding a moment of warmth in the dark. That is all it ever was. He hesitates, and in that single infinitesimal pause, my entire fragile world shatters. She is different. Different. Not better. Not precious. Not the future he promised. Just different. A different kind of tool. A more useful asset. A key to the vengeance he craves. The thought is a cold, brutal clarity that burns away the last of my sentimental foolishness. She is a death sentence, Lyra snarls, her voice thick with a venomous jealousy. And I am the only one who can help you now, Votoy. I am the only one who has the connections, the safe houses, the loyalty of the Fiepakak. Her presence alone will kill you. She will be the end of you. I do not hear his reply. I cannot. I push myself deeper into the shadows, my hands pressed against my mouth to stifle the sob that threatens to betray my presence. The darkness of the crypt is a comfort, a reflection of the vast, empty space that has just been carved out of my soul. He never told me. He let me believe that the intimacy we shared was unique, that the connection was real. He let me hope. And all the while he had a history, a life, a woman who had shared his bed and his grief for years. I retreat, my movements as silent as a ghost. My mind, the cold, analytical scribe, takes over where my shattered heart has failed. I replay the events of the past week, re-examining them through this new, horrifying lens. The transaction in the alley, the protection in the sewer, the claiming in the forge. It was never about me. It was about him, his vengeance, his honour. The tenderness they shared was a lie, a moment of weakness, a comfort he sought, just as he had sought it with Lyra for years. I am a complication, a liability, a transaction, and I will remember that. I will lock my foolish, hopeful heart in a cage of cold, hard logic, and I will throw away the key. This is not a romance. This is a contract, and from this moment on, I will treat it as such.
Chapter 19. Votoy. She is a ghost. In the 2 days since Lyra's last visit, Bella has retreated into a fortress of silence so absolute that even the cold stones of this crypt feel warm by comparison. The fire that once blazed in her eyes, the defiant spark that challenged me, that intrigued me, is gone. In its place is a cool, professional distance, the detached focus of the scribe she once was. I tell myself it is grief, the weight of our failure, the loss of the men who died for our cause. It is a heavy shroud, and she is so small, so fragile. It is only natural that she would break under its weight. I give her space. I do not press. To force a warrior to confront their grief before they are ready is a dishonor. But the truth, a cold, sharp thing that twists in my gut, is that her avoidance is a wound more painful than any blade. I try to bridge the chasm between us. I take the last of the bread Lyra brought and hold a piece out to her. You must eat, I say, my voice rumbling in the oppressive quiet. She doesn't look at me. Her gaze remains fixed on the manifests spread out on the dusty sarcophagus lid. I am not hungry. Your body needs fuel, Bella. We do not know when we will eat again. I take a step closer, holding the bread out further. My fingers brush against hers. She flinches back as if burned, pulling her hand away. I said I'm not hungry. Her voice is flat, devoid of all emotion, a sheet of ice. She still won't meet my eyes. The memory of the forge, of her body shattering in my arms, of the raw, desperate connection we shared. Feels like a dream from another life. A life where we were not fugitives, where our hands were not stained with the blood of our friends. I want to reach for her, to shatter this wall of ice she has built around herself, to find the woman who promised to help me reclaim my home. But I do not. I have no right. The inaction is a poison. We are trapped in this tomb, waiting for an enemy that grows stronger with every passing hour. Malik's net is tightening around the city. Lyra's last visit was hurried, her face etched with fear. Vorlak's men are everywhere. We are running out of time. We are running out of hope. On the third night, I can bear it no longer. The silence, the waiting, the cold distance from the woman who has become the center of my world. It is a torment worse than any arena battle. Bella is asleep, her breathing a soft, shallow rhythm in the darkness. She looks impossibly small, curled on a bed of old cloaks, her face pale and strained even in sleep. I must do something. I must find a way forward. I slip from the crypt like a shadow, my sword a cold, heavy weight in my hand. The city of the dead is silent, the ancient monuments like slumbering giants under the pale light of the moon. I move through the city, a ghost in my own land, my face hidden in the deep shadows of a borrowed cloak. The city is a different place now. There is a tension in the air, a palpable fear. Patrols of Malik's personal guard are on every corner, their black armor a stark, menacing presence. The people of Miltar hurry through the streets, their heads down, their eyes avoiding the gaze of the soldiers. This is not the proud, boisterous city I remember. This is a city under occupation. And then I see it. Nailed to the central pillar of the main market square, a place where merchants usually hawk their wares, is a massive, freshly printed notice. My heart turns to a block of ice. It is a public declaration signed by Lord Malak himself, in the name of the security and stability of the kingdom. It speaks of the treacherous rebellion at the docks, a vile attempt on the life of a loyal servant of the crown, Captain Vorlag. It names the leader of this rebellion, Votoy Saru, the disgraced one. And there it comes, the final, brilliant, arrogant move, to prove his own unwavering loyalty to the Zuzvak, and to bring the traitor to justice in the most honorable and public way. Lord Malak challenges me, the fugitive, to a trial by combat, in the arena, in 3 days' time. If I do not appear, it will be taken as an admission of guilt, and my entire house, my mother included, will be formally attainted for high treason, their lands forfeit, their lives at the mercy of the state. It is a perfect trap. He knows I cannot refuse. To do so would be to condemn my family to certain death. He forces me back to the scene of my greatest shame, to die on the bloody sand for a crime I did not commit, all while he plays the role of the loyal hero, the champion of the kingdom. He will not just kill me. He will destroy the last lingering shred of my honor. I stand in the shadows, the proclamation a death sentence burning in my vision. My rage is a cold, quiet thing now, a shard of ice piercing my soul. He has left me no choice. He has left me no way out. I return to the crypt as the first gray light of dawn begins to touch the sky. The world feels unreal, dreamlike. I am a dead man walking. Bella is awake. She sits on the edge of her makeshift bed, her back ramrod straight. Her eyes are red-rimmed, her face pale and tear-streaked. She has been crying. The sight of her tears, of her quiet, solitary grief, is a fresh wound in my already bleeding soul. "Where were you?" she asks, her voice a low, trembling thing. "Scouting," I say, the word a poor excuse for my own restless desperation. I cannot bring myself to tell her the truth, to place this final, crushing weight on her shoulders. But she knows. She's always been too clever for her own good. "What did you find?" I take a deep breath, the cold, damp air of the crypt filling my lungs. "Malak has made his move." I tell her everything, the proclamation, the rebellion, the trial by combat, the threat against my family. I expect her to shatter. I expect more tears, more despair. I expect her to finally break under the weight of this final, hopeless reality. But she does not. The tears stop. The trembling ceases. The grief in her eyes is extinguished, replaced by a cold, hard, terrifying fire. She rises to her feet, her small frame radiating a power that has very little to do with physical strength. It is the power of a mind that has been pushed to the very brink and has found a terrible, unyielding clarity on the other side. Her voice, when she speaks, is devoid of all emotion. It is the crisp, analytical voice of the scribe, the strategist, the survivor. "He's given us an audience, Votoi," she says, her dark eyes locking onto mine. "The entire Senate will be watching. The most powerful Vakak and Zotkak in the kingdom will be there, all in one place." She takes a step closer, her gaze unwavering. "We are going to give them a show." The cold, hard resolve in her voice sends a shiver down my spine. The woman who wept in her sleep is gone. In her place is a queen planning a war. I do not like this version of her. I want the other one back. The one who was soft enough to feel, to break, to let me comfort her. Before I can speak, before I can question this new, frightening strength, the stone door of the crypt grinds open. Lyra stands in the opening, a basket of food in her hands, her face a mask of grim urgency. "I have news," she says, her gaze flicking between us. "It is not good." The moment is lost. The wall between us is back, higher and colder than ever. We have a war to plan. Chapter 20. Votoi. Before I surrender, before I walk to my own execution, there is one last debt to be paid, one final duty to perform. I cannot protect her from the arena floor, but I can leave a guardian in my place. I find Kor in a collapsed tenement building deep in the Fiapakak slums, a place even the city watch is afraid to tread. He and the two other surviving gladiators have made a grim camp in the ruins, their faces etched with the grief and fury of our defeat. Kor sees me emerge from the shadows, and he is on his feet in an instant, his one good eye wide with a mixture of shock and relief. "My lord, we thought you were dead." "Not yet," I say, voice a low rumble. I gesture for him to walk with me away from the prying ears of the others. We stand in the shell of a burned-out room, the sky a sliver of gray above us. "I'm turning myself in," I state, leaving no room for argument. "I will face Malak in the arena." Kor's face hardens. "It is a trap." "A suicide. Let us fight. We can die on our feet, not as a spectacle for that traitor's amusement." "We will not win a war of blades," I counter, my voice flat. "We have already proven that. Our only weapon now is the truth, and the only stage large enough to display it is the one Malak has built for my execution." I place a heavy hand on his massive shoulder, my gaze locking with his. "That is not why I am here. I have a charge for you, Kor. A final request." He understands instantly. His gaze flickers with a deep, knowing sorrow. The human. "Her name is Bella," I say, the name a strange, beautiful thing on my tongue. "She is the heart of this. Without her, the truth dies with me. I need you to protect her. Swear it to me. Swear to me that you will get her out of that arena, out of this city, no matter what happens to me. Swear it on the blood we have spilled together on the sand." "I swear it," he says as a solemn vow. He hesitates, his brow furrowed. "There is something you must know about the betrayal." My blood runs cold. "You know who it was?" "I know who delivered the coin," he corrects, his voice a low, angry growl. "The night after the attack. I saw Hakar slipping from the tavern. He was unconcerned of our dead. I followed him. He met a figure in the alleys behind the docks. A cloaked figure. Did you see a face?" I demand, my hand clenching into a fist. "No. They were careful. But I saw the payment. A heavy satchel of gold. And on the satchel, I saw Malik's crest. He pauses, his one eye narrowing in thought. And the cloak, it was a fine one. Heavy wool, dark, with a strange floral scent clinking to it. The kind a woman might wear. The description is a phantom touch, a memory of a heavy cloak being draped over Bella's shoulders. A cloak that smelled of wood smoke and flowers. Lyra owns one. The thought is a serpent, coiling in my gut, but I crush it down. Not Lyra. It cannot be. Hakar was not working alone. Kor continues, his voice grim. The figure who paid him was no common soldier. They moved with a confidence, a purpose. There is another traitor in our midst, my lord. Someone we trust. The betrayer will reveal themselves in time, I say. The words a cold comfort. For now, my trust is in you. You are not my brother by blood, Kor, but you are a brother of my spirit. There's no higher honor. He clasps my arm, his grip like iron. Then I will not fail you. I hesitate. The final, most important words caught in my throat. They are a vulnerability, a weakness I have never shown to another soul. But if I am to die, I will die with the truth on my lips. If I fall, I say, voice a deep, rough thing, and she survives. Tell her I would have asked her to be my mate. Tell her I would have taken her to the sea. Kor's eye widens, a flicker of profound understanding in its depths. He gives a single, sharp nod. I will tell her. He tightens his grip on my arm. Now go. And come back, brother. Come back and tell her yourself. I leave him then, a strange, unfamiliar peace settling over me. Bella will be protected. My final duty is done. Now I can face my own end. I walk through the city, my head held high. I do not hide in the shadows. I let them see me. The disgraced one. The rebel. The dead man walking. The citizens of Milthar stare. Their faces a mixture of fear, contempt, and a flicker of something else. A grudging respect. I stop before the main gates of the arena. The place of my greatest shame. The stage for my final act. 2 guards, their armor gleaming, block my path. Their spears crossed. I am Votoisaru, I declare, my voice booming across the plaza. I have come to answer the challenge of Lord Malak. Their shock is a satisfying, fleeting thing. They lead me through the gates, down the winding, torch-lit corridors, the smell of blood and fear, a familiar, suffocating perfume. They strip me of my sword, of my cloak, of the last vestiges of my freedom. They throw me into a cell. The cell, the very same one I left what feels like a lifetime ago. The heavy iron door slams shut, the sound a final, deafening note of doom. I am alone. Alone with the ghosts of the men who died for me. Grok, Zorn, the hunters. Their faces swim in the darkness, their eyes accusing, questioning. Did I lead them to their deaths for nothing? I sink to the filthy straw, the cold of the stone seeping into my bones. The shame of this place of my return is a physical weight, a crushing despair. I'm to die here, a spectacle for the masses, my name forever branded as a traitor. But then I think of her. I think of her fierce, intelligent eyes. I think of her quiet courage in the face of impossible odds. I think of the feel of her small, determined hand in mine, guiding me to claim her. She did not just teach me to hope. She taught me that honor is not a thing to be possessed, but a thing to be fought for, even when the battle is already lost. She is the human who has taught a Minotaur what it truly means to be a Vakak. The thought is a fire in the cold, dead ashes of my soul. I am not merely fighting for my name, not for my family. I am fighting for her, for the future she made me believe in, for the promise of the sea. The heavy bar on my cell door scrapes back. 2 arena guards stand in the opening, their faces impassive. It is time. I rise to my feet. The despair is gone, replaced by a cold, quiet calm. I am Votoisaru, and I will not die in shame. I walk the final, long corridor, the fierce roar of the crowd a distant, thunderous wave. The sound grows louder, more intense, a physical pressure against my skin. The guards stop before a massive iron gate. One of them hands me a single, heavy, brutally functional battle axe. It is not a Vakak weapon. It is a butcher's tool. It will have to do. The gate groans open, and the light of the arena, the roar of 10,000 voices, crashes over me. I step out onto the blood-soaked sand, the sun a blinding, merciless glare. And across the arena I see him. Malak stands there, clad in a suit of gleaming black and gold Vakak armor, a magnificent, perfectly balanced war axe in his hand. He is the picture of honor, of power, of everything I once was. A triumphant, arrogant sneer twists his lips. He has already won. He knows it. The crowd knows it. But he does not know about the human scribe who holds the truth in her hands. He does not know that I am no longer fighting for myself. And that is why he will lose.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 21. Bella. The Votoi who leaves the crypt is not the man who held me in the forge. The tenderness is gone, burned away, and replaced by the cold, hard resolve of a warrior marching to his own execution. He did not touch me. He did not speak of the sea. He simply met my gaze, a silent, grim acknowledgement passing between us. And then he was gone, a ghost returning to his grave. My heart should be shattering. It should be a screaming, ragged ruin in my chest. But I feel nothing. I have taken the broken pieces of my foolish, hopeful heart and locked them in a box of cold, hard logic. There is no space for grief, for the memory of his touch, of his promises. There is only the mission. Votoi's mission is to survive the arena. Mine is to make sure his sacrifice is not in vain. I meet Lyra in the back room of the bitter draught. The air is rich with the smell of stale ale and fear. The few survivors of our failed rebellion are gathered here, a pathetic, broken collection of souls. Kor, the one-eyed gladiator, stands sentinel by the door, his massive form a study in grim loyalty. Two other gladiators, their faces a roadmap of scars and despair, slump at a table, their knuckles white around their mugs of ale. A handful of the Fierpakak hunters, their eyes haunted by the memory of their fallen comrades, lean against the far wall. They are an army of ghosts, and they are all staring at me. The weight of their expectant gazes is a physical pressure. They look at me, a small human female, and I can see the doubt, the pity, the raw, simmering resentment in their eyes. "This is what's left of us," one of the gladiators, a brute with a flattened nose, scoffs into his mug. "And we're to be led by a human chit? You will show her respect, Torg." Kor's voice is a low, dangerous growl from the doorway. "She has more courage than any Vakak I have ever known." "Courage doesn't win wars," Torg spits back. "It gets you killed." It got Grak and Zorn killed. The name of the dead hangs in the air, a fresh, open wound. The hunters flinch, their expressions hardening. The doubt in the room solidifies into a wall of hostile grief. "Torg is right," Lyra says, her voice cutting through the tension. She stands beside me, a pillar of unexpected support. Courage alone is not enough, but Votoy trusts her, he chose her, and I trust Votoy. Her gaze sweeps the room. We all do. That is why we are here, so you will listen. I step forward, unrolling a stolen city schematic on the table, the parchment a familiar, comforting weight beneath my hands. I meet Torg's hostile gaze, then the gazes of the others, one by one. I don't try to inspire them. I do not offer words of comfort or hope. I offer them a plan. This is not a battle of strength, I say, my voice clear, steady, betraying none of the terror that is a cold, coiling serpent in my gut. We already tried that. We failed. This is a battle of information. Malak expects us to be broken, scattered. He does not expect us to be organized. He does not expect us to be smart. I point to the Grand Plaza on the map. The trial will be a spectacle. The entire Zukus will be in attendance. Every Vakak and Zotkak of note. This is our true target. Target? One of the hunters says, his voice rough. You want us to attack the Senate? We are 10 strong, girl. That is a suicide mission. Our target is not their bodies, I counter, my voice sharp. It is their minds. The copies of the manifests, the map of the assassination plot, these are our weapons. I look around the room at the cynical, broken faces. We will not be an army. We will be a plague of whispers, a flood of truth. I lay out the plan, my voice gaining strength, my mind finding its footing in the familiar territory of logic and strategy. We will be scattered throughout the stands, dressed as commoners, as gamblers, as fans. We will be invisible. The street urchins who worship you gladiators will be our runners, passing messages, identifying key senators. The tavern patrons will be our lookouts, watching for Vorlag's men. And the evidence? Kor asks, his one good eye fixed on me, weighing my words. We will make dozens of copies, I explain. Small, easily concealed. At the peak of the fight, when all eyes are on Votoy and Malak, we will release them. Not all at once. A single parchment, dropped from the upper tiers, will land near the Zusvak's box. Then another, near the head of the Zotkak guild. We will create confusion, intrigue. The senators themselves will spread the evidence for us, passing the damning pages to their neighbours out of sheer curiosity. Before the guards can react, the truth will be in 100 hands. For the first time since the Dockside massacre, I see a flicker of something other than despair in the very eyes of the minotaurs around me. I see a spark of understanding, a glimmer of hope. They are warriors, lost without a battle to fight. I have just given them one. Lyra is at my side the entire time, my second in command. She is a rock, her presence a steady, reassuring thing. She offers suggestions, her knowledge of the Fipakak district and its people invaluable. She points out the best positions in the stands, the guards most likely to be bribed or distracted. Her support is so absolute, so unwavering, that the small, ugly shard of jealousy I felt in the crypt feels petty and shameful. She loves him, and because she loves him, she is willing to help me save him. You are a natural commander, little scribe, she says in a low murmur as we watch the last of our new recruits disperse into the night. He was right about you. You are different. The compliment should feel good. It feels like a fresh wound. There is a moment, as I am giving orders to Kor, that my mind betrays me. I see Votoy's face, his amber eyes soft in the firelight of the forge. I will take you to the sea. The memory is a sharp, sudden pain, a ghost of a promise for a future that will never be. I crush it down, ruthlessly. I have no right to that memory, to the feelings it evokes. My feelings are a liability, a burden he does not need to carry into the arena. My only purpose is to ensure he survives. I want him to see his home by the sea again, even if I am not there to see it with him. I want it for him. Fiercely, desperately. The preparations are complete. The copies of the evidence are bundled. Our small network of rebels is in place. It is time. Lyra and I are alone in the back room. The weight of the coming hours settles over us, a heavy, suffocating blanket. "He will fight with the fury of a god," Lyra says as a reverent whisper. "But Malak is a serpent. He will not fight fair." "That is why we are not fighting fair either," I reply, my voice a cold, hard thing. She gives me a slow, approving smile. It doesn't quite reach her eyes. I dismiss it as the strain of the moment. She steps closer, a heavy, dark cloak in her hands. It is made of a thick, rough-spun wool, the kind worn by the Epilogue labourers. "You will need this," she says, her voice soft, concerned, "to hide your face in the crowd. You are the most wanted woman in Milthar. You must not be seen." She drapes the heavy cloak over my shoulders. It smells of her, of wood smoke and something vaguely floral. Her hands linger on my shoulders for a moment, her grip surprisingly strong. "The stands will be chaos," she says, her dark eyes boring into mine. Her expression is one of perfect, fierce loyalty. "Vorlag's men will be everywhere. They will be looking for you." She gives my shoulders a gentle, reassuring squeeze. "Stay close to me during the fight. I will protect you."
Chapter 22. Votoi. The roar of 10,000 voices is akin to a hammer against my ears, a wave of sound that crashes over me as I step onto the sand. The sun is a merciless white-hot eye in the sky, baking the blood-soaked ground, raising a coppery stench that is the arena's signature perfume. This is the heart of my shame, the tomb of my honor, and I have returned to it willingly. Across the expanse of sand stands Malak. He is a vision of Vakik perfection, his black and gold armor polished to a mirror shine, his war axe a masterpiece of Zotkak craftsmanship. He is everything I once was, everything he stole from me. A triumphant, arrogant sneer twists his lips. He raises his axe to the roaring crowd, accepting their adulation, playing the part of the hero who will put down the rabid dog. "Look at you, Saru." His voice, magically amplified to fill the stadium, drips with condescending pity. "Reduced to a butcher's tool and the rags of a slave. Is your human pet watching? I hope she has a strong stomach. This will not be a clean death." My hand tightens on the haft of the heavy, ill-balanced axe the guards gave me. His words are barbs meant to draw my rage, to make me fight with my blood instead of my head. I will not give him the satisfaction. I let the rage settle, cooling it into a shard of ice in my soul. I am not here for a clean death. I am here to win. For Grak, for Zorn, for Bella, for everything I've lost. The Zeusvok seated in his royal box gives a slow, weary nod. The signal is given. The trial begins. Malak charges. He does not rush like a mindless beast. He advances with the measured, ground-eating strides of a trained Vakak warrior. He is a textbook of perfect form, his axe held ready, his shield angled to protect his core. I do not meet his charge. I stand my ground, my legs planted wide, my own axe held low. I am a gladiator now. I do not fight with form. I fight with instinct and brutality. He is on me in a heartbeat, his axe a blur of gold and black. The first blow is a feint, a test of my reflexes. I don't fall for it. The second is a vicious horizontal swing aimed to cleave me in two at the waist, a pivot letting the axe head whistle past, the wind of its passage stirring the fur on my chest. I bring my own axe up in a brutal upward swing, not at him, but at the haft of his weapon. The clang of steel on steel is a deafening shriek that echoes through the arena. The impact sends a shockwave up my arms, but it does the same to him, his perfect form faltering for a fraction of a second. It is the only opening I need. I slam my shoulder into his shield, a move of pure, brute force. He stumbles back, his eyes wide with surprise. A Vakak does not fight like this. A Vakak does not fight like an animal. You've spent too much time in the dirt, he snarls, recovering his footing. You've forgotten the art of the duel. There is no art in this, I growl back, circling him, my axe held ready. Only a reckoning. We exchange a flurry of blows, our axes a whirlwind of screaming steel. He is faster, his movements more precise. My axe is heavier, my blows slower but more powerful. It is a battle of the serpent against the bull. He scores the first blood, the tip of his axe slicing a shallow, burning line across my ribs. I ignore the pain. I answer with a blow that shatters his shield, sending splinters of wood and bronze flying across the sand. The crowd roars, a bloodthirsty beast that feeds on our pain. Your men died screaming my name at the docks, Malak taunts, his breath coming in ragged gasps. They died for a traitor and his human. Was she worth it, Saru? Was the taste of her worth their lives? A red mist threatens to descend, the beast within me roaring at the insult. I see Grak's face, his eyes wide with a final, silent apology. I see Zorn, a sad, knowing smile on his lips as he falls. I channel the rage, the grief, into my arms, into my axe. I see the rest dying. I let out a roar of pure animalistic fury and charge, abandoning all defense. I am no longer trying to win. I'm trying to annihilate him. We become a storm of violence, our axes rising and falling, the sound of our battle a frantic, brutal symphony of death. He is forced back, his perfect form breaking under the sheer, relentless pressure of my assault. But he is a serpent. He is a creature of cunning. He feints a low swing, and I, in my rage, fall for it. As I bring my axe down to block, he pivots, his own axe coming around in a blindingly fast arc. I try to turn, to bring my shoulder up to block, but I am too slow. The pain is a white-hot, blinding agony. The axe blade bites deep into my left thigh, shearing through leather, fur, and flesh, grating against the bone. A scream, raw and wounded, is torn from my throat. My leg gives way, and I collapse to one knee, the world dissolving into a gray haze of pain. The crowd gasps, then erupts into a frenzy. They smell the kill. Malak stands over me, his chest heaving, a triumphant, bloody smile on his face. It is over, Saru. Your rebellion ends here. Your name dies with you. He raises his axe for the final, killing blow. I look up at him, my vision swimming. I see the faces of my fallen comrades. I see my father's stony expression at my trial. I see my mother, a prisoner in her own home. I see Bella, her eyes blazing with a fire that reignited my own. I cannot fail. I will not fail. As his axe begins its descent, I do the only thing I can. I roar and I throw my own axe, not at him, but at his feet. It is a desperate, dishonorable move, the act of a cornered animal. It strikes the sand in front of him, the handle bouncing up and striking his shin. It is not enough to wound him, but it is enough to make him flinch, to break his perfect killing arc. His axe blow, meant for my neck, goes wide, burying itself in the sand beside my head. I surge up from the ground, my wounded leg screaming in protest. I'm inside his guard. I slam my forehead into his face, the crunch of his nose a satisfying, brutal sound. He stumbles back, howling in pain and surprise, blood pouring from his shattered nose. I'm on him in an instant. I'm not only a warrior, I'm a beast. I tackle him, our armored bodies crashing to the sand with the force of a landslide. I'm on top of him, my fists a blur of motion, raining down blows on his helmet, his face, his throat. He struggles beneath me, his superior armor protecting him from the worst of the assault. But I am relentless. I'm fighting not just Malak now. I'm fighting the ghosts of my own failure. I'm fighting for the honor I thought I had lost forever. He manages to get a hand free, and his fingers find the gash in my thigh, digging into the raw flesh. The pain is an explosion of pure agony, and I roar, my body arching back. It is the opening he needs. He shoves me off him and scrambles for his axe. I crawl toward my own, my leg a useless, dragging weight. We get to our feet at the same time. Two battered, bloody beasts, our chests heaving, our eyes locked in a promise of mutual destruction. We are about to charge, to end this one way or another, when something catches my eye. A flicker of white fluttering down from the upper tiers of the arena. A single piece of parchment, dancing on the hot air currents, lands on the sand near the Zeus Fox royal box. Malak sees it too. He falters, his triumphant sneer replaced by a flicker of confusion. Another piece of parchment falls, and another, and another. A gentle, impossible snowstorm of truth raining down on the silent, watching Senate. The plan is working. Bella did not fail.
Chapter 23. Bella. My world is a roaring, blood-soaked blur. Down on the sand, Votoi is a demigod of righteous fury, his battle with Malak a brutal, beautiful, terrifying ballet of death. Every clang of their axes is a hammer blow against my own heart. He is wounded. I see the dark stain spreading across his thigh, the slight falter in his step. He cannot lose. He will not lose. The crowd is a single bloodthirsty beast, roaring for the kill. They see a traitor being brought to justice. They do not see the honourable warrior fighting for the soul of their kingdom. Not yet. Malak raises his axe for the final blow. My heart stops. This is it. Our desperate, insane gambit. It is now or never. I catch the eye of one of the hunters positioned in the upper tiers. I give the signal, a small, sharp tug on my earlobe. It begins. A single piece of parchment flutters down from the heavens, a white dove in a storm of violence. It lands near the Zeusvax royal box. A senator, his curiosity piqued, picks it up. Then another falls, and another, a gentle, impossible snowstorm of truth raining down on the silent, watching Senate. The plan is working. A low murmur ripples through the stands, a sound of confusion, of intrigue. Senators are snatching the parchments from the air, their heads bent together, their whispers turning to gasps, to shouts of disbelief. The deafening roar of the crowd begins to falter, replaced by a rising tide of chaos. It is working. I breathe, a wild, incredulous hope blooming in my chest. It's not safe here. Lyra's voice is a sharp, urgent hiss in my ear. Her hand clamps down on my arm, her grip like iron. Vorlag's men will be coming for you. This way. She pulls me from my seat, dragging me not toward the main exit, but down a small, shadowed staircase that leads beneath the stands. My mind is still on the scene below, on Votoi, on the tide of truth we have just unleashed. I trust her. She is our ally. She is my protector. We plunge into a secluded, torchlit corridor. The uproar of the crowd is a distant, muffled thunder. The air is cool and smells of damp stone and caged beasts. Where are we going? I ask, my heart still hammering with adrenaline. Lyra stops, turning to face me. The concerned, loyal ally is gone. Her face, in the flickering torchlight, is a twisted, unrecognisable mask of pure, venomous hatred. My blood runs cold. He will never love you, she snarls, her voice a low, guttural thing that is more animal than minotaur. A dagger, long and wicked sharp, appears in her hand as if from nowhere. He is Vakak. He is a god among men. And you are a human pet, a temporary distraction. The world tilts, the stone floor seeming to fall away beneath me. The pieces click into place with a horrifying, soul-shattering finality. The ambush at the docks, the perfect timing. Hakar was not the only traitor. He was just the pawn. She was the queen. It was you, I whisper, the words a ghost of a breath. You betrayed us. You sent them to their deaths, Grak, Zorn, the hunters who had shown Votoi such reverence, all dead, because of her. They were acceptable losses, she spits, her eyes blazing with a crazed, obsessive light. They were in my way. You are in my way. I did it for him, to strip away his distractions, his foolish attachments. If he has no one, if he is truly broken, he will have no choice but to come back to me, to the one who has always been there for him. Her madness is a palpable thing, a suffocating wave of obsession. She will tell him I am dead, a casualty of the chaos, and he, broken and alone, will turn to the only comfort he has ever known. Her, the grief, the shock, it is all consumed by a sudden, white-hot inferno of pure, undiluted rage. You did not do it for him, I snarl, my voice a low, dangerous thing I do not recognize as my own. You did it for yourself. You would rather see him broken and in your arms than whole and in another's. That is not love. That is poison. I will cut his love for you out of his heart, starting with yours, she screams, and she lunges. She is a warrior. I am a scribe. She is a minotaur, a creature of muscle and fury. I am a human, a creature of bone and soft flesh. I should be dead, but I am not the same woman who fled Chiron's estate. I have walked through fire. I have been held by a god. And I will not die here in the dark at the hands of a jealous, heartbroken fool. I do not try to meet her strength with my own. I use my head. As she lunges, I do not retreat. I sidestep, kicking out with all my might, my target not her, but a large, open barrel of sand kept for dousing fires. The barrel topples, and a cloud of fine, gritty sand explodes between us. She roars in fury and pain as the sand fills her eyes, blinding her for a crucial, precious second. I scramble away, my boots slipping on the sandy floor. But she is a predator. She is on me in an instant, her vision clearing, her face a mask of murderous intent. She grabs a fistful of my hair, yanking my head back, the dagger flashing, arcing down toward my exposed throat. This is it. A close call is not enough. I am going to die. A massive, scarred hand shoots out of the shadows, grabbing Lyra's wrist in a grip of pure, unyielding iron. The dagger stops, a hair's breadth from my skin. Lyra's eyes widen in shock, her gaze snapping to the figure who has just appeared. Korea. His one good eye is a chip of obsidian, burning with a cold, lethal fury. Voltoi charged me with your life, he growls, his voice a low, rumbling earthquake. I do not leave my post. A protector does not lead their charge into a dead end. Also, I have suspected you, Lyra. You're not that meticulous in your actions. Your cloak smells. He twists, and the sound of Lyra's wrist snapping is a sharp, sickening crack in the silence. She screams, a high, thin sound of agony, the dagger clattering to the stone floor. The son of Saru is my brother, Kor snarls, his voice a promise of absolute brutal retribution. You will not touch his mate.
Chapter 24. Voltoi. The world, which had narrowed to the space between my axe and Malik's throat, fractures. The frantic roar of the crowd, a single bloodthirsty beast, splinters into 1,000 confused, questioning voices. The parchments, our flimsy, desperate weapons of ink and truth, continue their silent, damning descent. Malik sees it. His triumphant sneer falters, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watches the truth rain down upon the Zukus. He is a serpent caught in a net he did not see, and his confusion is my opportunity. His distraction is my victory. He is no longer a Vakak lord. He is no longer a master duelist. He is just a man whose perfect plan is unraveling before his eyes. And I am not a disgraced gladiator. I am the son of Saru. I am the instrument of his reckoning. I surge forward, my wounded leg a screaming agony I no longer feel. I am fueled by a fire that is hotter than pain, a fire ignited by the courage of a human woman. He turns back to me, his face a frenzied mask of panic, and raises his axe to defend himself. But he is too slow. His mind is in the stands, with the senators, with his crumbling empire. My mind, My body, my entire soul is here, on this sand, in this moment. I do not meet his axe with my own. I pivot, my own axe a blur, and slam the flat of the blade against the side of his helmet with all the force of my grief and my rage. The clang is a deafening, discordant note that echoes through the stunned silence of the arena. He stumbles, his ears ringing, his balance shattered. I do not give him time to recover. I hook his leg with my own, a dirty fighter's trick learned in the bloody pit, and send him crashing to the sand. I am on him in an instant, the tip of my heavy butcher's axe pressed against the tender flesh of his throat. He is beaten. He is mine. The crowd is silent. The senators are on their feet, their faces a mixture of horror, confusion, and dawning, terrible understanding. The Zusvak, his face a stoic mask of stone, rises from his throne in the royal box. He holds one of the parchments in his hand, his knuckles white. A hunter is beside him, handing the original. Treason! His voice booms, magically amplified, a sound of thunder and judgment that shakes the very foundations of the arena. Seize him! The king's guard, their golden armor a blinding glare in the midday sun, storms the arena floor. They surround us, their spears a forest of sharpened steel. They haul Malik to his feet, stripping him of his axe, of his helmet, of his honor. He does not fight. He is a broken thing, his arrogant sneer replaced by the slack-jawed disbelief of a man who has lost everything. They are cheering for me. The same crowd that bayed for my blood, that reveled in my disgrace, is now chanting my name. Saru! 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 The sound is a hollow, meaningless echo. The victory is ash in my mouth. My eyes scan the stands, a frantic, desperate search. I do not see the cheering crowd. I do not see the grateful senators. I see only a sea of faces, and none of them are hers. Where is she? The plan worked. She should be safe. She should be watching. Then I see it. A commotion in the upper tiers near the corridor where the beasts are brought in. A knot of Fipakak, their faces grim, are surrounding two figures. One of them is Kor, his massive, one-eyed form a bulwark of grim loyalty. The other is Lyra, her arm held at an unnatural angle, her face a twisted mask of fury and pain. And the full, horrifying truth crashes down on me with the force of Malik's axe. The cloaked figure Kor saw paying the traitor, Hakar. The scent of flowers he had mentioned. Lyra's cloak. The one she always wore. The one that always carried the scent of the night-blooming jasmine she grew in the small garden behind her tavern. I had known. A part of me, a deep primal instinct, had known the moment Kor described it. But I had refused to believe it. I had buried the suspicion under the weight of a shared history, of a loyalty I thought was mutual. I could not conceive of a betrayal so absolute, so personal. Lyra, the one who gave us sanctuary, the one who tended my wounds, the one who warmed my bed in the darkest days of my disgrace. She was the serpent in our midst. She had sent my men, our friends, to their deaths, and she had tried to do the same to Bella. The victory for the kingdom is nothing. It is a hollow, meaningless thing. I have won back my name, but in the process, I almost lost the only thing that truly matters. I almost lost my soul. A roar. A sound of pure, desperate, soul-shattering anguish is torn from my throat. It is not a sound of triumph. It is a sound of terror. Bella! The name echoes through the silent arena, a raw, desperate prayer. And then I see her. She emerges from the crowd, from behind Kor's massive form. Her face is pale, tear-streaked. Her clothes are torn, but she is alive. She is whole. Her dark eyes, wide and luminous, find mine across the blood-soaked sand. The world narrows to her. There is no crowd. There is no king. There's only the woman who walked into the depths of hell and pulled me back with her. She runs. She scrambles down from the stands, her small feet flying across the sand, a beacon of life in this city of death. She runs to me. I meet her in the center of the arena, my wounded leg forgotten. I drop the axe, the symbol of my victory, and it lands with a dull thud in the sand. I'm not merely a warrior, no longer a vakak. I'm just a man, reaching for the only thing that can make him whole. I take her in my arms, my hands tangling in her hair, and I crush my mouth to hers. The kiss is not a gentle thing. It is a desperate, frantic claiming, a collision of relief and terror, and a love so profound it threatens to shatter me. I taste the salt of her tears, the iron of my own blood, the undeniable, irrefutable truth of her. She is mine, and I am hers. In front of the king, in front of the Senate, in front of the entire world, I claim my true honor. I claim my mate. Chapter 25. Votoi. I wake to the scent of dried herb and clean linen, a scent so alien it is a violation. The world is a soft, hazy blur. I'm not in the arena. I'm not in a cell. I'm in a bed, a real bed, with sheets of a softness I have not felt since I was a child. A dull, throbbing fire burns in my left leg, a pain so deep it feels rooted in my very soul. The memories crash over me in a brutal, chaotic wave. The violent roar of the crowd, the clang of steel, Malak's triumphant sneer, the impossible, beautiful snowstorm of parchment, the look on Zusvak's face. Victory. But the victory is a hollow, meaningless thing. It is a ghost, a phantom. There is only one thing that is real. One thing that matters. The kiss. Bella. The name is a raw, desperate prayer on my lips. My eyes fly open, scanning the opulent room. Gilded furniture, silk tapestries, a window overlooking the sea. This is a chamber in the royal palace. But she is not here. Panic, cold and absolute, seizes me. It is a terror more profound than any I felt on the arena floor. The betrayal. Lyra's face, twisted with hate. Kor, his one eye blazing with righteous fury. The commotion in the stands. Was she hurt? Was she taken from me? Bella! The name is a roar, a guttural, wounded sound torn from the very depths of my being. I try to rise, but the fire in my leg explodes into a white-hot agony, and I collapse back onto the pillows, a caged, powerless beast. The door to the chamber bursts open, and 2 minotaurs in the pristine white robes of the royal physicians rush in, their faces masks of alarm. "My lord, you must rest," one of them says, his voice a soothing, condescending drone. "Your leg, the bone was nearly severed. You have lost a great deal of blood." "Where is she?" I snarl, my voice a low, dangerous growl that makes them both flinch. "The human." "Where is she?" "The human hero is safe, my lord," the other physician says, his hands held up in a placating gesture. "She is in the adjoining chamber, being tended to. She is unhurt, merely exhausted. The relief is so potent, so overwhelming it leaves me breathless. She is safe. She is here." "Take me to her," I command. "But my lord, your leg." "Now," I roar, and this time there is no room for argument. I am more than a disgraced gladiator. I am Votoi Saru, the son of Saru, the hero of Milthar, and I will be obeyed. They help me from the bed, my entire body a symphony of pain. They support my weight as I hobble, one agonizing step at a time, to the adjoining door. I shove it open. She is there. She sits in a large cushioned chair, a thick blanket wrapped around her small shoulders. 2 human servant girls are fussing over her, one trying to brush the tangles from her dark hair, the other offering her a cup of steaming broth. Bella looks small, pale, and utterly lost in the opulent surroundings, her eyes wide and haunted. A wave of pure, possessive fury washes over me. They are touching her. They are crowding her. They're treating her like a doll, a curiosity. "Out!" My voice is a low, guttural rumble that makes the very air in the room tremble. The servant girls freeze, their eyes wide with terror. They look from me to Bella, then back again, their faces pale. I said, "Out!" I repeat, my voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper that is far more terrifying than any roar. Do not touch her again. They scramble from the room, their fear a palpable scent in the air. The door clicks shut behind them, leaving us in a sudden, profound silence. We are alone. I hobble toward her, my gaze never leaving her face. She looks at me, her dark eyes a mixture of relief, exhaustion, and a deep, aching sorrow that mirrors my own. The ghosts of the men we lost, of the betrayal we suffered, hang in the air between us. I stop before her, my body a landscape of fresh wounds and old scars. I am a broken, battered thing. But in her eyes I see not a monster, but a man. I lower myself to my knees before her, an act of supplication, of worship. The pain in my leg is a cleansing fire, a necessary penance. I am at her feet, where I belong. Her hands, small and trembling, come up to cup my face. Her touch is a benediction, a balm on my wounded soul. You are alive, she whispers, her voice becoming a raw, broken thing. You saved me, I reply, my own voice rough with an emotion I cannot name. Your courage, it saved us all. I see the grime on her face, the faint, dark bruise on her cheek where Lyra must have struck her. I see the small, bloody scratches on her hands from her desperate fight for survival. And the rage, the protective fury, it returns, a white-hot inferno in my chest. But this time I control it. I channel it into something else, into care. I reach for the basin of warm water the servants left behind. I take a soft linen cloth and dip it in the water. My hands, which have only ever known the haft of an axe, the grip of a sword, the brutal finality of breaking bone, are clumsy, awkward. But I am gentle. Gods, I am so gentle. I begin to clean the grime from her face, my touch as soft as a whisper. I clean the dried blood from a small cut on her temple. I wash the dust of the arena from her hands, my thumb stroking the delicate skin of her palm. She watches me, her eyes wide, luminous, tracking my every movement. She does not speak. She does not have to. The silence between us is filled with 1,000 unspoken words. We are survivors. We are partners. We are more. I finish my clumsy ministrations. I'm still kneeling before her, not caring about my wounds, my hands holding hers. The chaos of the world, the political turmoil, the weight of our new, unwanted fame, it all fades away. There is only this quiet room, this fragile peace. This woman who holds my shattered honor, my very soul, in her small, ink-stained hands. The exhaustion of the past days, of the past years, crashes over me in a single overwhelming wave. My body is a spent force, my mind a hollowed-out ruin. I cannot stand. I cannot move. I lower my head until it rests in her lap. The scent of her, of soap and parchment and pure, unadulterated Bella, filling my senses. Her fingers thread into my hair, her touch a soothing, gentle caress. Rest, Photoi, she whispers, voice a soft, beautiful melody. You are home. I do not have the strength to make it back to my own bed. I will not leave her side anyway. I pull a heavy cushioned chair to the side of her own, and I sink into it, my body screaming in protest. I reach for her hand, my fingers lacing through hers, a silent, desperate promise that I will not let her go. The last thing I see before the darkness claims me is her face, soft and beautiful in the firelight, her eyes finally free of fear.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 26. Bella. For the first 2 weeks of my new life, I am convinced I am in a dream. I wake each morning not to the cold, damp stone of a crypt, but to the impossible softness of silk sheets. Sunlight, not the flickering gloom of a single lantern, streams through tall, arched windows, carrying the scent of salt and sea from the harbour below. We are housed in the royal guest wing of the palace, a gilded cage of breathtaking beauty, and the silence is the most luxurious thing of all. It is a silence born not of fear, but of peace. The world outside our chambers is in turmoil. Malak is in the deepest dungeon beneath the arena, awaiting his trial and inevitable execution. His co-conspirators are being rounded up daily, their names a litany of the most powerful and respected Vakak and Zotkak houses in the kingdom. The Zusvak, now under the care of a new, fiercely loyal physician, is slowly, steadily regaining his strength. The poison has been identified, the antidote administered. Milthar is healing, and so are we. Votoy's leg is a testament to the skill of the royal physicians. The wound, which should have crippled him for life, is knitting back together with a speed that is a testament to his Minotaur blood. But he is a terrible patient. He chafes under the forced inactivity, his frustration a low, simmering storm in our quiet chambers. "This is a mockery of a limb," he growls, glaring at the ornate carved cane that now leans against his chair. He tries to stand without it, his pride a stubborn, foolish thing. A sharp, indrawn hiss of pain is his only reward, and he collapses back into the chair, his jaw tight. I move to his side, my hand resting on his massive, furred shoulder. "The physician said it will take time, Votoy. Even a son of Saru is made of flesh and bone." His hand comes up to cover mine, his touch a familiar, possessive heat. My flesh is weak. My bones have failed me. "Your flesh and bone saved a kingdom," I counter softly, my fingers lacing through his. "They have earned a rest." He looks at me then, the storm in his amber eyes calming, replaced by that raw, unguarded intensity that still makes my heart skip a beat. In these quiet moments, we are learning a new language, one that is not forged in desperation and fear. We are learning the simple, domestic rhythm of a life lived together. I read to him from scrolls from the royal library in the long afternoons. He tells me stories of the arena, not of the glory, but of the men, the brothers he lost. We eat our meals in a comfortable silence, the ghosts of our past a quiet, constant presence, but no longer the screaming horrors they once were. But even in this gilded cage, I am an outsider. Vakak lords, their names and titles restored now that Malak's web of lies has been burned away, come to pay their respects to Votoy. They are great, powerful bulls of minotaurs, their horns gleaming, their armour immaculate. They speak to Votoy of politics, of the trials, of the restructuring of the Zukus. And they look at me as if I am a piece of furniture, a human pet, a curiosity. They do not mean to be cruel. It is simply that, in their world, I do not exist. I am a hero of the kingdom, yes. The Zusvak himself declared it. I am legally free, my slave status erased by royal decree. But what am I? I am a human in a world of minotaurs, a scribe with no ledgers to balance, a strategist whose war is over. I am adrift in a sea of silk and marble, and I have never felt more lost. The unspoken question of our future is a constant, humming tension between us. He is Lord Saru now, a Vakak of the highest standing, his name and lands restored. He will return to his world of politics and power, of Vakak traditions and Minotaur females. And I, where will I go? The thought of leaving him, of our paths diverging, is a cold, sharp fear that is more terrifying than Lyra's dagger. One evening, 2 weeks after the trial, the tension finally breaks. The sun is setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and violet. Votoi has been silent all afternoon, his gaze fixed on the sea, his mood as dark and turbulent as the storm clouds gathering on the horizon. He rises from his chair, his movements stiff. He does not reach for his cane. "Walk with me, Bella," he says, sounding so formal that it sends a shiver of apprehension down my spine. He leads me from our chambers, through the quiet, echoing halls of the palace. His limp is more pronounced without the cane, but he walks with a grim, unyielding determination. We emerge into a private garden, a place I have not seen before. It is a masterpiece of landscape artistry, with winding stone paths, fragrant night-blooming flowers, and ancient gnarled trees. The garden is perched on the edge of the cliffs, and the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks below is a deep, rhythmic heartbeat. He leads me to a small marble bench that overlooks the endless, roiling expanse of the sea. The wind whips a strand of hair across my face, and the air is thick with the taste of salt. He stands before me, his massive form silhouetted against the dying light of the sun. He is a god of shadow and twilight, his splintered horn a mark not of shame, but of survival, of victory. "They have restored it all to me," he begins, his voice a low, rough thing. "My name, my seat on the Zukus, my family's lands and titles." He gestures to the opulent palace behind us, to the sprawling city below. "This world, it is mine again." My heart sinks. This is it. He is telling me that he is returning to his life, a life in which I have no place. I brace myself for the words, for the gentle, honourable dismissal that will shatter my world all over again. "But it is a world of ghosts," he continues, his amber eyes finding mine in the gloom. "A kingdom of ash. It is meaningless." He takes a step closer, his gaze so intense it is a physical touch. "My name is a hollow sound if you are not there to speak it. My home is a pile of stones if you are not there to share it. My honour was not restored by the king's decree, Bella. It was forged anew in the fire of your courage." He stops before me, so close I can feel the heat radiating from his body. He reaches out, his massive, calloused hand cupping my cheek, his touch a reverent, gentle thing. "I am not a creature of pretty words," he says as a raw, guttural whisper. "I am a warrior. A beast. But I know this. A life without you is no life at all. It is a return to the cold, silent tomb of my own making." He lowers himself, slowly, painfully, onto one knee. A Vakak lord, the hero of Milthar, kneeling in the dirt before a human former slave. The gesture is so profound, so utterly world-altering, that it steals the breath from my lungs. "I do not need you to be my consort," he says, his amber eyes blazing with a fierce, unwavering light. "I do not ask you to be a human pet, a curiosity in my court. I ask you to be my equal, my partner, my counsellor, my wife." His voice drops, becoming a raw, vulnerable plea that shatters the last of my defences. "Bella, be my life mate, rule by my side, be my home." The unspoken question, the one that has haunted my every waking moment for the past 2 weeks, is answered. My place is not in the human world or the Minotaur world. My place is with him. Tears, hot and silent, stream down my face. They are not tears of sorrow or fear. They are tears of a joy so profound, so overwhelming, it feels like my heart is going to burst. I reach out, my trembling hands framing his proud, beautiful, monstrous face. "Yes." Chapter 27. Bella. 1 month. It has been 1 month since Votoi knelt before me in the garden, since I said yes to a future I never dared to dream of. Today, that future begins. I stand in a chamber of the royal palace, a stranger in my own skin. Royal servants, their movements a blur of silent efficiency, are encasing me in the ceremonial attire of a Vakak bride. The dress is a masterpiece of impossible artistry, made of a fabric that shimmers like captured moonlight, embroidered with the Saru family crest, a stylized wave crashing against a cliff, in thread of pure silver. It is heavy. Everything about this new life is heavy. I look at my reflection in the tall, silver-framed mirror. The woman staring back is a stranger. Her hair is intricately braided with pearls and silver chains. Her skin is scrubbed clean and scented with expensive oils. Her eyes are wide and haunted. This is not Bella the scribe. This is not Bella the survivor. This is Bella, the human consort of a Vakak lord, a symbol, a spectacle, a political statement. My hands tremble. I clench them into fists, my short, clean nails digging into my palms. I am a fraud. A girl from the dusty plains of Cluse, playing dress-up in a queen's clothes. The entire kingdom will be watching today. They will see a human, small and breakable, presuming to stand as an equal beside one of their greatest heroes. The weight of their stares, of their judgment, is a crushing physical presence, even here, in the safety of this room. The door to the chamber opens, and a Minotaur female enters. She is older, her dark fur streaked with elegant threads of silver, her movements a study in quiet, aristocratic grace. But it is her eyes that hold me captive. They are the same warm, intelligent amber as Votoy's, and they are filled with a kindness that makes my throat ache. This is Lady Saru, his mother. The servants bow low and retreat, leaving us alone. She glides toward me, her gaze taking in every detail of my appearance. I feel like a ledger being audited, my flaws and discrepancies laid bare for her inspection. I brace myself for the cold, polite dismissal of a Vakak matriarch, whose ancient bloodline is about to be diluted by a human nobody. Instead, she reaches out, her hand, surprisingly delicate for a Minotaur, resting on my arm. Her touch is warm, steady. "They told me you were beautiful," she says in a low, melodic rumble. "They did not do you justice." She smiles, a small, sad, beautiful thing. My son has not known true peace since the day his father died. I see it in his eyes now when he looks at you. You have not just saved his life, child. You have saved his soul. A sob, hot and unexpected, catches in my throat. "My lady." "You will call me Alara," she says, her thumb stroking the back of my hand. "And I will call you daughter." She leans in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Do not let the grandeur of this day frighten you. This is all for them." She gestures vaguely toward the window, toward the city, the kingdom. The ceremony, the spectacle, it is a statement. But the vows, the bond, that is for you, for the two of you. Remember that. Her words are a balm, a shield against the crushing weight of my own insecurities. She sees me, not as a symbol, not as a human, but as the woman who loves her son. The time comes. 2 guards in the golden armour of the king's guard appear at the door. My heart begins a frantic, hammering rhythm against my ribs. It is time to face the world. The walk to the Grand Plaza is a blur of marble corridors and bowing servants. But as we step out into the sunlight, the din of the crowd hits me like a physical blow. The plaza, the very ground Malak intended to soak with the blood of the innocent, is a sea of faces. Tens of thousands of them. Vakak, Zotkak, Fiepakak, all crammed together, their eyes fixed on me. I can feel their stares, 1,000 pinpricks against my skin. I see the awe, I see the curiosity, and I see the lingering prejudice, the cold, hard glint of resentment on the faces of the more traditionalist Vakak lords. This is not just a mating ceremony, it is a trial of a different kind. Kor and the surviving hunters and gladiators form our honor guard. They are magnificent, their scarred, battered forms clad in new leather armor bearing the Saru crest. They walk with a pride I have never seen in them, their heads held high. They are no longer the forgotten dregs of the city. They are the heroes of the rebellion, the loyal brothers of Lord Saru. Kor gives me a slow, reassuring wink from his one good eye, a silent promise that he is here, that I am not alone. At the far end of the plaza, on a raised dais, two figures are waiting. The Zusvak, his form still gaunt, but his presence radiating a renewed strength, stands beside a formidable Fipakak priestess, and beside them, Votoi. My breath catches. He is a god. He is clad in the formal black and gold armour of his house, his father's ceremonial axe strapped to his back. The sun glints off his polished, unbroken horn, and his splintered one is no longer a mark of shame, but a symbol of his sacrifice, of his victory. His amber eyes find mine across the sea of faces, and the world, with all its noise and all its judgment, fades away. There is only him. I walk toward him, my steps steady, my head held high. Lady Saru was right. This is for them, he is for me. I reach the dais and take my place at his side. He takes my hand, his massive, calloused fingers lacing through my own, his grip a warm, possessive anchor in the storm of my nerves. The ceremony begins. It is a blend of two worlds, a tapestry woven from threads of ancient tradition and new beginnings. The Fipakak priestess lights the sacred brazier, the smoke of the burnt offering, a blend of rare woods and sacred herbs, rising to the heavens, a prayer to the Lady of Light. She speaks in the old Minotaur tongue, her voice a deep, resonant chant that speaks of honour, of loyalty, of the sacred bond between life-mates. Then, it is my turn, the human custom, the exchange of vows. This was my request, my one condition, a symbol that I am not just a passive recipient in this ceremony, but an active participant. Votoi turns to me, his amber eyes soft, his gaze so intense it feels like a physical touch. I, Votoi of the House of Saru, he begins, his voice a deep, booming thing that needs no magical amplification to reach the farthest corners of the plaza. Take you, Bella, as my life-mate. I swear to you my strength as your shield, my name as your honour, and my heart as your home. Before the gods and my people, I am yours. My own voice, when I speak, is a trembling, reedy thing, but it is clear, and it is true. I, Bella, formerly of nowhere, take you, Votoi, as my life-mate. I swear to you my mind as your counsel, my loyalty as your anchor, and my heart as your home. Before the gods and your people, I am yours. A low murmur ripples through the crowd, a human, speaking of being a Minotaur's anchor, his counsel. It is a radical, world-altering idea. I can feel the weight of their judgment, the sting of their prejudice. My courage falters. I am a fraud. I am a child playing at being a queen. Votoi must feel the tremor in my hand, must see the flicker of doubt in my eyes. He leans down, his lips brushing against my ear, his voice a low, possessive rumble that is meant for me, but is heard by all. You are my home. The words are a shield. They are a promise. They are a declaration that silences the last of the murmurs, that silences the last of the doubts in my own heart. In front of the entire kingdom, he has not just made me his mate, he has made me his world. The priestess raises her hands. The bond is sealed. The union is blessed. The roar that erupts from the crowd is a single, unified, deafening wave of pure, unadulterated joy. It is the sound of a kingdom reborn.
Chapter 28. Votoi. The door to our chamber clicks shut, and the world with all its noise and ceremony and expectation ceases to exist. There is only the soft glow of a dozen candles, the scent of sea salt drifting through the open balcony doors, and her, Bella, my mate, my wife. She stands in the center of the room, a vision in shimmering silver, her small frame radiating a light that has nothing to do with the candlelight. The weight of the day, of being a symbol, a spectacle, has left a faint shadow of exhaustion in her eyes, but it cannot dim the fierce, beautiful fire of her spirit. I am home. Not in this grand chamber, not in this restored estate. Home is the small, human woman who holds my entire world in her gaze. "You are staring," she says, a small, shy smile playing on her lips. "I am memorizing," I correct, my voice a low, rough thing. I move toward her, my limp, a dull, forgotten ache. "I'm memorizing the sight of my wife, standing in my home on the first night of our forever." I stop before her, my hands coming up to cup her face, my thumbs stroking the soft, delicate skin of her cheeks. "Today you stood before my people and you were a queen. You did not flinch. You did not falter. You're the strongest person I have ever known." "I was terrified," she whispers, her hands coming to rest on the hard plate of my armor. "I know," I murmur, leaning down to press a soft, reverent kiss to her forehead. "That is what makes you brave." The armor I wear, the symbol of my restored station, feels like a barrier between us. I unbuckle the heavy clasps, letting the ornate chestplate fall to the floor with a heavy clang. I shed the rest of it, piece by piece, until I stand before her in nothing but my breeches, my scars and my fur and my splintered horn laid bare in the soft candlelight. "Let me," she whispers, her fingers moving to the intricate fastenings of her own gown. I watch, transfixed, as she slowly, deliberately, unveils herself for me. The silver gown pools at her feet, leaving her in a thin, silk shift that does little to hide the perfect, gentle curves of her body. She is a goddess, a creature of impossible beauty, and she is mine. I kneel before her, an act of worship, of supplication. I take her hand in mine and press a kiss to her palm, to the ink-stained finger that wrote my salvation. I kiss her wrist, the delicate blue veins that pulse with the lifeblood of my own heart. I trail my lips up her arm, over her shoulder to the soft, fragrant hollow of her neck. She shudders, a small, contented sigh escaping her lips. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Chapter 29. Votoi. We leave the capital not as fugitives in the dead of night, but as heroes in the bright light of day. The journey is a grand procession, a stark, almost surreal contrast to our desperate flight through the city's shadowed guts. Where once we scrambled through stinking sewers, we now ride in an open carriage, a gift from the Zeusvach himself, its wheels rumbling over the clean, wide stones of the main thoroughfare. The people of Miltar, the same souls who once bayed for my blood in the arena, now line the streets, their faces upturned, their voices a roaring wave of cheers. They chant my name. Saru! 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 The sound is no longer a hollow echo of a life I once had. It is a restoration. A beginning. Bella sits beside me, my mate, my wife. She is clad in a simple but elegant traveling dress of deep ocean blue, a gift from my mother. She is a queen in all but name, her posture regal, her expression a mask of calm composure. But I see the slight tremor in her hand where it rests on her lap, the way her gaze darts to the crowd, taking in every detail with the sharp, analytical precision of the scribe she once was. She is overwhelmed. And she is magnificent. My hand finds hers, my massive furred fingers lacing through her small, delicate ones. I give her hand a gentle, reassuring squeeze, and she turns to me, a small, grateful smile touching her lips. In her eyes, I see the reflection of my own impossible reality. We are alive. We are together. We are free. The journey to the western coast takes 3 days. 3 days of rolling green hills, of quaint farming villages, where the Fiepakak folk come out to wave and offer us gifts of bread and fruit. 3 days of quiet conversation and comfortable silence. 3 days of learning the simple, beautiful rhythm of being husband and wife. But as we travel, the ghosts of the past ride with us. We pass the foothills where we hunted for the slave tunnel, and I remember the desperation, the cold fear of our failure. We crossed the river where she almost drowned, and I remember the icy shock of her body, the wild, defiant fire in her eyes. Every landmark is a milestone on the path that led us here, a path paved with the blood of our friends. On the 3rd day, the air changes. It grows heavy with the scent of salt and sea. And then I see it. The Saru estate. My home. It is a fortress of white stone, built into the very bones of the cliffs, a proud, unyielding bastion against the endless, churning sea. It has stood for 1,000 years, a symbol of my family's honor, of our strength. I thought I would never see it again. The sight of it, proud and steadfast against the blue sky, is a physical blow, a fist of grief and joy that clenches tight in my chest. This is the home my father died to protect. This is the legacy he left for me. And I am returning to it, not as a disgraced son, but as its rightful lord with my human mate at my side. The weight of it, the sheer crushing weight of my new responsibility is a tangible thing. As our carriage rumbles through the main gates, the household staff is assembled in the courtyard to greet us. They are old, most of them, their faces a roadmap of loyalty and sorrow. They are the ones who stayed, who endured the years of Malak's silent occupation, who kept the heart of this place beating when its soul had been ripped out. An old, silver-furred minotaur, his back bent with age, but his eyes sharp and clear, steps forward. He was my father's steward. He is the first to kneel. "Lord Saru," he says, his voice thick with an emotion he cannot hide. "Welcome home." One by one, the others follow his lead, kneeling before me, before us. I look at Bella, and I see the shock, the awe in her eyes. She is no longer a slave. She is the lady of this house, and they are showing her the respect she is due. I help her from the carriage, my hand at her waist. I stand before my people, my mate at my side, and for the first time since I was a boy, I feel the true, unyielding weight of my name. "Rise," I say, my voice becoming a low, commanding rumble that echoes across the courtyard. The House of Saru has returned. The days that follow are a blur of activity. I meet with the elders of my lands, with the captains of my small fishing fleet, with the guards who have remained loyal. I begin the long, arduous process of rebuilding, of restoring the honor and prosperity that Malak's poison had sought to destroy. Bella is not a silent consort at my side. She is my partner, my counselor. She sits in on the council meetings, her sharp mind cutting through the dense, traditionalist arguments of the elders with a logic that is as sharp and as deadly as any blade. She reorganizes the household accounts, her quill flying across the parchment, finding efficiencies, eliminating the waste and corruption that had festered in our absence. She's not just my mate. She's the mind of our house, and the people at first suspicious are beginning to see the strength in her quiet, unyielding competence. But it is in the quiet moments, in the dead of night, that the ghosts of the past are most present. I find myself walking the halls of the fortress, my hand trailing along the cool stone walls. I stand in my father's study, the scent of his books, of his presence, still a faint, lingering perfume in the air. The grief is a raw, open wound. He should be here. He should be here to see his house restored, to meet the incredible woman who has become its new heart. On the 7th night, I cannot sleep. The weight of it all, the grief and the joy and the overwhelming responsibility, is a suffocating blanket. I leave our bed, careful not to wake Bella, and I walk to the one place I have not yet been, my old chambers. The room is as I left it, preserved by my mother as a shrine to a son she thought she had lost forever. And through the tall, arched window, the one my father had built for me when I was just a calf, is the view. The endless, churning, beautiful expanse of the sea, its surface a shimmering sheet of silver under the light of the full moon. The sound of the waves crashing against the cliffs below is a deep, rhythmic heartbeat, the song of my ancestors, the song of my home. I stand there for a long time, the cool sea breeze on my face, the ghosts of my past whispering in my ear. I have my name back. I have my home back, but they are just things. Stone, and titles, and land. A soft sound from the doorway pulls me from my reverie. Bella stands there, a silk robe wrapped around her small frame, her dark hair a soft, wild cloud around her shoulders. She does not speak. She simply comes to me, her hand finding mine in the darkness, her presence a warm, steady anchor in the storm of my thoughts. She looks out at the sea, her eyes wide with a quiet, reverent awe. "You promised," she whispers. "You promised you would show me." I turn to her, my hands coming up to cup her face. I look into her eyes and I see my own reflection. I see a Votoi who is not a disgraced gladiator, not a vengeful beast, not a broken lord. I see a man who is whole, a man who is loved. "I am home," I say, my voice coming out like a raw, guttural thing, thick with an emotion so profound it has no name. But I am not looking at the ocean.
Epilogue. Bella. 1 year later. The council chamber of the Saru estate is a place of stone, sea, and memory. It is not a grand marble hall like those in the capital, but a room carved from the very cliffs themselves, its one massive window a living portrait of the endless churning sea. Here the lords of Saru have ruled for 1,000 years, and now I sit at their table. Votoi sits at the head of the long stone table, his splintered horn a proud testament to his sacrifice. He is no longer the haunted beast of the arena, nor the grim warrior of the rebellion. He is a lord in his own right, his presence a quiet, unshakable mountain of strength and authority that fills the chamber. The ghosts of his past have not vanished, but they no longer haunt him. They are a part of him now, a source of a deeper, more profound wisdom. I sit at his right hand, his mate, his wife. My quill scratches against the heavy parchment of a new ledger. My fingers, though now adorned with the silver ring of a Vakak consort, still stained with the familiar, comforting shade of ink. The Saru Accord, they are calling it in the capital. My radical, revolutionary idea that trade between minotaurs and the human settlements on Clues could be a thing of mutual profit, not of conquest. An idea that is slowly, cautiously changing our world, but old prejudices die hard. The grain shipments are being delayed. A Vakak elder, Lord Theron, grumbles from the far end of the table, his voice a low, resentful drone. He is Lord Vorlag's uncle, a bull of a minotaur whose face is a permanent sneer of disapproval. He has opposed my presence here from the beginning. The human settlements are unreliable. They take our coin, and they give us excuses. This accord is a weakness. We should be taking what we need, not begging for it. A low growl rumbles in Votoi's chest. I feel the shift in him, the coiling of the beast within, the primal urge to defend his mate from a perceived threat. I place a gentle hand on his arm, a silent plea for him to let me handle this. This is my battle to fight. His wars are fought with steel. Mine are fought with ink and numbers. I look up, my gaze fixed on the elder, my expression a mask of calm, professional neutrality. "Lord Theron," I begin, my voice clear and steady, cutting through the tension in the room. "You are mistaken. The shipments are not delayed because the humans are unreliable. They are delayed because your nephew, during his time as captain of the City Watch, seized their primary grain stores as a punishment for a fabricated tax debt, an act of piracy that has left them on the brink of famine." I turn a page in my ledger, the crisp sound echoing in the sudden silence. The other members of the council, a collection of grizzled sea captains and stern landowners, shift uncomfortably. They are vakak, honourable in their own way, but they are not used to having their assumptions challenged by a human, let alone a female one. "Furthermore," I continue, my voice gaining a sharp, clinical edge, "the coin we sent was not for the grain we have yet to receive. It was a payment, a gesture of good faith, to help them purchase seed from the Southern Isles so that they may have a harvest next season, a harvest from which we will receive a 50% share, a profit margin nearly double what your own lands produced last year." I look up, my dark eyes meeting the elder's, and my voice becomes a blade of pure, cold steel. "The Saru Accord is not weakness, my lord. It is an investment, and it is the most profitable investment this house has made in a generation. Do you have a problem with profit?" The chamber is silent. The elder, his face a mask of stunned, impotent fury, can only sputter, his arguments dismantled, his prejudice laid bare for all to see. I see a flicker of something new in the eyes of the other council members. A grudging respect. I am not just the Lord's human pet. I am the mind of their house. Votoy's hand covers mine on the table, his thumb stroking the back of my knuckles. The pride radiating from him is a palpable warmth, a silent validation that means more to me than the approval of the entire council. He stands, his movement bringing the council meeting to an end. "The Lady of Saru has spoken," he says, voice a booming thing that leaves no room for argument. The accord stands. Later we stand on the cliffs overlooking the sea, the place where he once stood as a boy, dreaming of a future of honour and glory. The wind is a wild, clean thing, whipping my dress around my legs, tearing strands of dark hair from my intricate braids. The sun is a fiery orb, sinking into the endless, turbulent expanse of the ocean, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. "You are magnificent," he says in a low rumble against my ear. His arms are wrapped around me from behind, his chin resting on the top of my head. His presence is a solid, comforting wall at my back. "I was merely balancing the ledger," I reply, a small, triumphant smile playing on my lips. He chuckles, a deep, rumbling sound that vibrates through my entire body. "You wield a ledger like I wield an axe. You leave your enemies with no ground to stand on." "It is the only weapon I have ever had," I say softly, my gaze fixed on the horizon. I think of the terrified scribe in Chiron's study, a girl who thought the world was as orderly as the numbers on a page. She seems like a stranger to me now, a ghost from another life. He wraps his arms around me from behind, his hands coming to rest on my stomach. It is no longer the flat, taut belly of a scribe. It is gently, beautifully, miraculously swollen with the promise of our future. "The ledger is balanced," he murmurs, his lips pressing against my temple. "Our house is strong. Our people are prosperous." I lean back against him, my head resting on his chest, my hand covering his where it rests on our unborn child. "And our son will be born into a world of peace." I look out at the endless churning expanse of the sea, at the horizon where the sky met the water. I have a name, I have a home, I have a family. The quiet, invisible scribe from Toulouse is a ghost, a memory from another life. I am Bella Saru, and I am finally, truly, home.